March 15th, 2009 will forever be burned into my memory as the night that changed everything. I was 15 years old then, living with my father in a remote cabin nestled deep within 25 acres of dense woodland that straddled the border between Georgia and Tennessee. The isolation that once felt like freedom would soon become our prison. Our cabin sat at the end of a winding dirt road that carved through towering pines and ancient oaks. The nearest neighbor lived 10 miles away through treacherous mountain terrain, and cell phone service was virtually non-existent. We had chosen this location specifically for its seclusion. My father craved the peace that only true wilderness could provide after years of city living had worn him down. What we hadn't anticipated was how that isolation would trap us when terror came knocking. The day had started normally enough. I spent most of the afternoon working on homework while my father repaired fence posts along our property line. Our German Shepherd, Scout, had been my constant companion since we'd rescued him as a puppy 6 months earlier. He was still young, barely 8 months old, but already showing the intelligence and loyalty that made his breed legendary. Scout followed me everywhere, his dark eyes alert and his ears always perked for any unusual sound. As evening approached, the weather began to deteriorate rapidly. What had started as light cloud cover transformed into an ominous wall of storm clouds rolling in from the west. The temperature dropped 15 degrees in less than an hour, and the wind picked up significantly, causing the massive trees around our cabin to sway and creak in ways that made my skin crawl. The weatherman on our old television had predicted severe thunderstorms, but living in the mountains, we were accustomed to nature's dramatic displays. By 7 o'clock, the first fat raindrops began spattering against our windows with increasing intensity. The wind howled through the trees with a sound that seemed almost alive, almost angry. I remember thinking how the storm seemed particularly violent, even for our area known for its unpredictable weather patterns. The rain quickly escalated from gentle drops to a torrential downpour that hammered our metal roof with a deafening rhythm. Lightning began flashing with alarming frequency, illuminating our property in stark, white bursts that revealed the trees bending at impossible angles. Thunder followed seconds later, each crash seeming to shake the very foundation of our small cabin. Scout became increasingly agitated, pacing between the windows and whimpering softly, behavior that was completely unlike his usually calm demeanor. My father secured the shutters and double-checked that all our emergency supplies were easily accessible. We had learned early in our wilderness living to always be prepared for extended power outages. Our backup generator sat in a small shed 50 feet from the cabin, and we kept multiple flashlights, battery-powered radios, and enough canned food to last a week stored in our pantry. The storm's intensity continued building throughout the evening. What had started as a typical spring thunderstorm evolved into something far more sinister. The wind reached speeds that made our cabin's wooden frame groan and protest with each powerful gust. Tree branches scraped against our roof with sounds that resembled fingernails on a chalkboard, setting my nerves on edge. As the night deepened, the storm showed no signs of abating. If anything, it seemed to be growing stronger, more violent. The lightning strikes became so frequent that our cabin was illuminated almost continuously in an eerie, strobing light that cast dancing shadows throughout our home. Each thunderclap seemed louder than the last, rattling our windows and making normal conversation nearly impossible. Scout's behavior became increasingly erratic as the storm intensified. He would stand at different windows, his hackles raised and his body rigid with tension, staring out into the darkness as if he could see something that remained invisible to us. His low growls were barely audible over the storm's chaos, but I could feel the vibrations through the floorboards when I sat near him. At exactly 9:47 p.m., the power went out. The sudden plunge into darkness was jarring after hours of the strobing lightning. Our cabin, which had felt cozy and secure just moments before, suddenly seemed vulnerable and exposed. The familiar hum of our refrigerator, the gentle glow of our table lamps, the reassuring presence of our television, all vanished in an instant, leaving us surrounded by an oppressive blackness that seemed to press against us from all sides. I was in the living room when it happened, having just finished watching an episode of The Dukes of Hazzard on our old television set. The show had been a comforting distraction from the storm's fury, its lighthearted action providing a stark contrast to the violence raging outside our walls. When the screen went black and the familiar background noises of our electronic devices died away, The full force of the storm's sound seemed to double in intensity. The rain pounding our roof became thunderous without the buffer of background noise. The wind's howling took on an almost human quality, rising and falling in patterns that seemed deliberately menacing. Tree branches continued their assault on our roof and walls, but now each scrape and thud made me jump with startled fear. Scout immediately moved to my side, his warm body pressing against my leg as if sensing my growing unease. Even in the darkness, I could feel his tension. His muscles coiled and ready for action, his breathing quick and shallow. His behavior was becoming increasingly concerning, as if he sensed something in the storm that went beyond mere weather. I fumbled around in the darkness, my hands searching for the heavy-duty flashlight my father always kept on the coffee table for emergencies. The familiar weight of the metal casing felt reassuring in my grip as I clicked it on, sending a beam of bright LED light cutting through the blackness. The cone of illumination revealed our living room exactly as I had left it, but somehow everything looked different in the harsh, artificial light. Shadows seemed deeper. Corners appeared more ominous. The logical thing to do was find my father and discuss our situation. Our backup generator could restore power, but running it during such a violent storm posed risks. Lightning strikes on metal could be catastrophic, and the generator's noise might mask important sounds, like someone approaching our isolated cabin. I called out for my father, but my voice was swallowed by the storm's roar. He was likely in his bedroom at the far end of our cabin, possibly already preparing emergency equipment or trying to reach someone on his battery-powered radio. Our cabin wasn't large, but the storm made communication between rooms nearly impossible without shouting. As I began moving toward his room, flashlight beams sweeping ahead of me, Scout suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. His entire body went rigid, and a low growl began rumbling in his throat, a sound I had never heard from him before. It was deeper, more primal than his usual warning growls when strangers approached our property. This sound spoke of genuine fear, of instinctual recognition of danger. I stopped walking and listened intently, trying to discern what had triggered Scout's reaction. At first I heard only the storm, wind, rain, thunder, and the creaking of our cabin's wooden structure. But then, underneath the natural chaos, I detected something else. Something that didn't belong. It was a sound barely perceptible above the storm's noise, but distinctly different from the natural symphony of wind and rain. It was rhythmic, deliberate, and completely out of place in our wilderness setting. As I strained to identify it, my blood began to pump faster and my breathing became shallow with growing anxiety. The sound was footsteps. Heavy, measured footsteps circling our cabin in the darkness, just audible enough to confirm they weren't my imagination. Each step landed with significant weight, far heavier than any normal person would produce. The rhythm was slow and deliberate, as if whatever was making them was taking time to examine our home, studying it for weaknesses or points of entry. Scout's growling intensified, and he began backing away from the windows, pressing closer to me, as if seeking protection. His ears were pinned back against his head, and I could see the whites of his eyes in my flashlight beam. Clear signs of extreme distress in a dog that had never shown fear of anything. The footsteps continued their circuit around our cabin, pausing occasionally at what I assumed were our windows and doors. During these pauses, the silence became even more terrifying than the sound of movement. I imagined whatever was out there pressing its face against our glass, studying the interior of our home, planning its next move. The realization that something was deliberately circling our cabin sent waves of terror coursing through my body. This wasn't a lost hiker seeking shelter, nor was it one of the occasional hunters who sometimes wandered onto our property. The methodical nature of the movement, combined with Scout's obvious fear, told me that whatever was outside posed a genuine threat. I forced myself to remain as quiet as possible, controlling my breathing and moving with careful precision to avoid making any noise that might alert our unwelcome visitor to my exact location within the cabin. The flashlight in my hand suddenly felt like both a necessity and a liability. I needed its light to navigate safely, but its beam could potentially reveal my position to whatever was watching from outside. The footsteps paused directly outside our largest window, the one that faced our small front porch. I could hear what sounded like shuffling, as if something was positioning itself for a better view inside. The storm's lightning provided occasional illumination of our property, but the flashes were too brief and chaotic to reveal any clear details of what lurked in the darkness. Scout's behavior became increasingly agitated. He began moving in tight circles, his claws clicking against our hardwood floors despite his obvious attempts to remain quiet. His instincts were screaming danger, and his canine senses were detecting threats that remained invisible to me. The low growling continued rumbling in his throat, occasionally punctuated by barely audible whimpers of fear. I knew I needed to reach my father immediately. Whatever was outside our cabin required both of our attention and all of our resources to handle safely. But the journey from our living room to his bedroom at the far end of the cabin now seemed like an impossible distance to cover without being detected. The footsteps resumed their circuit, this time moving toward the side of our cabin where my father's bedroom was located. Each step seemed heavier than the last, and I began to wonder just how large whatever was making them might be. The weight behind each footfall suggested something far bigger than any normal person, perhaps 6.5 feet tall, and built with the solid mass of someone who performed heavy physical labor their entire life. As the presence moved along our cabin's exterior walls, I became aware of additional sounds that chilled me to my core. There were subtle scratching noises, as if whatever was outside was testing our walls and siding for weak points. Occasionally, I heard what sounded like sniffing, deep, deliberate inhalations, as if our visitor was trying to gather information about the occupants inside through scent. The methodical nature of this examination was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of our situation. This wasn't random vandalism or the actions of someone under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Whatever was outside was conducting a systematic reconnaissance of our home, gathering intelligence before making its next move. Lightning flashed again, and for a brief moment I thought I saw a shadow moving past our front window. Something tall and broad that didn't match the silhouette of any animal native to our area. The shape was vaguely humanoid, but wrong in proportions that I couldn't quite identify in the brief illumination. Scout suddenly bolted toward my father's room, his fear apparently overcoming his instinct to stay close to me. His claws scrambled for purchase on our smooth floors as he rounded the corner leading to the bedroom hallway. I could hear his frantic scratching at my father's door, accompanied by urgent whimpering that would definitely wake my father if the storm hadn't already done so. The footsteps outside stopped abruptly. Whatever had been circling our cabin became completely motionless, and the sudden absence of sound was far more terrifying than the steady rhythm of movement had been. I realized that Scout's desperate flight to my father's room had likely been heard by our uninvited guest. The silence stretched for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, creating a tension that made my hands shake and my heart pound so loudly I was certain it could be heard outside. Then came a new sound that nearly made me drop my flashlight in terror. Someone, or something, was testing our front door handle. The metallic clicking of the latch being manipulated was clearly audible, despite the storm's ongoing fury. Our door was locked, but the sound of someone attempting to gain entry sent panic surging through my entire body. I backed away from the front of our cabin, keeping my flashlight beam pointed at the door while trying to control my breathing enough to think clearly. The handle continued turning back and forth, each movement deliberate and patient. There was no frantic urgency in these attempts, no signs of panic or desperation. Whatever was trying to get inside was taking its time, methodically testing our defenses and looking for the easiest way to gain entry. I heard my father's bedroom door open, followed by his urgent voice calling my name. Scout's warning had successfully alerted him to our situation, but now we faced the challenge of communicating our danger without alerting whatever was outside to our exact positions and numbers. "Don't move," my father's voice carried down the hallway in a harsh whisper that barely reached me over the storm's continuous roar. "Stay exactly where you are and don't make any sudden movements." The urgency in his tone was unlike anything I had ever heard before. My father was a man who prided himself on remaining calm under pressure. He had served 2 tours in the military and worked for 15 years as a firefighter before we moved to our mountain retreat. Hearing genuine fear in his voice sent my terror to new heights and confirmed that our situation was far more serious than I had initially realized. I remained frozen in place, flashlight beam still focused on our front door, where the handle had stopped moving but remained turned to the unlocked position. The door itself hadn't opened, suggesting that our deadbolt was still engaged, but the fact that someone had successfully manipulated our main lock was deeply disturbing. "I can see you from my window," my father continued in that same urgent whisper. "Listen to me very carefully. There's something outside that isn't human. It's not like any animal I've ever seen, and it's not like any person either. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" His words hit me like physical blows. My father wasn't given to exaggeration or flights of fancy. He was a practical man who dealt in facts and evidence, someone who had seen enough real danger in his lifetime to accurately assess threats. If he was telling me that whatever was outside our cabin wasn't human, then I had no choice but to believe him completely. "What do you mean it's not human?" I whispered back, my voice barely audible even to myself. "I mean exactly what I said," he replied, and I could hear him moving around his room, probably gathering weapons and emergency supplies. I got a clear look at it when lightning lit up the backyard. It's walking on two legs like a person, but it's wrong. The proportions are all wrong, the way it moves is wrong, and the size is wrong. It has to be nearly 7 feet tall and built like someone who could lift a car without effort. Scout had apparently remained in my father's room, because I could hear his continued whimpering and the sound of his claws scratching against the wooden floor. Even our dog, with his limited understanding of the situation, recognized that whatever was outside posed a threat unlike anything in his previous experience. "Can you make it back here without being seen?" my father asked. I evaluated the distance between my current position and his room. The hallway was straight and relatively short, but it required passing directly beneath two windows that faced different sides of our property. If whatever was outside had moved since testing our front door, there was a significant chance it might see me crossing between rooms. "I think so," I whispered back, "but what if it sees me moving?" "Then you run as fast as you can and don't look back," he replied without hesitation. "I've got my shotgun loaded and ready, but we need to be together if this thing decides to force its way inside." The thought of our cabin being invaded by something my father described as not human made my stomach clench with nausea. Our home, which had always felt secure and protected, suddenly seemed fragile and vulnerable. The wooden walls that had kept out weather and wildlife now felt inadequate against a threat that my father, with all his military and emergency response experience, couldn't easily categorize. I began moving slowly toward his room, keeping my flashlight beam pointed at the floor to minimize the chances of it being spotted from outside. Each step felt monumental, and I found myself holding my breath as I passed beneath the first window. The storm continued raging outside, providing some cover for any small sounds I might make, but also masking any noise our unwelcome visitor might produce. As I reached the halfway point of my journey, new sounds began emanating from outside our cabin. There was a rhythmic thumping against our walls, as if something was systematically testing the structural integrity of our home. Each impact was substantial enough to slightly vibrate the floorboards beneath my feet, suggesting tremendous force behind whatever was making them. "It's testing the walls," my father's voice carried a note of grim understanding. "It's looking for weak spots or places where it might be able to break through." The methodical nature of this examination was perhaps more terrifying than violent assault would have been. Violence implied emotion, passion, or desperation, human motivations that could be understood and potentially reasoned with. This systematic approach suggested intelligence and planning, characteristics that made our situation exponentially more dangerous. I finally reached my father's room and slipped inside, immediately turning to help him secure the door. He had already moved his heavy dresser partway across the entrance, creating a barricade that would slow down any attempts at forced entry. His face was pale in the flashlight beam, and I could see sweat beading on his forehead despite the cold temperature. Scout immediately pressed against my legs, his warm body trembling with fear, but his presence providing some small comfort in our terrifying situation. My father's shotgun lay across his bed, its dark metal gleaming in the artificial light. Boxes of shells sat open beside it, and I realized he had been preparing for the possibility of armed conflict. "What exactly did you see?" I asked, needing more details to understand what we were facing. "Something that walks upright like a man but moves like a predator," he replied grimly. "Its arms hang down past where they should, and its head doesn't sit on its shoulders the way a person's would." When the lightning illuminated it, I could see its outline clearly against the trees. And I'm telling you, it's not anything that should exist in nature. The systematic examination of our cabin's exterior continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Whatever was outside moved with patience and deliberation that suggested it had all the time in the world to find a way inside. The thumping against our walls became more focused, concentrating on areas where our structure might be weakest, around windows, near the foundation, and at the corners where support beams joined. My father moved around his room with military precision, checking his ammunition supply and ensuring that his radio equipment was functioning properly. Our landline phone had gone dead when the power failed, and our cell phones showed no signal bars, leaving us completely cut off from outside help. The battery-powered emergency radio crackled with static and distant weather reports, but no voices that might provide assistance or guidance. "We need to consider the possibility that this thing might actually get inside," my father said quietly, his training overriding his fear enough to think tactically about our situation. "If that happens, we need to be ready to defend ourselves or escape quickly." He pulled out a detailed map of our property and the surrounding wilderness, spreading it across his bed in the flashlight beam. Using his finger, he traced potential escape routes that would lead us away from our cabin and toward the nearest road where we might encounter other people or find help. "The problem is that we don't know if this is just one individual or if there might be others," he continued, his voice grim with realization. "If we run outside and there are more of them waiting, we could be trapped in the open with nowhere to hide." Scout suddenly lifted his head from where he had been lying beside the bed, his ears perked forward and his body rigid with attention. A low growl began rumbling in his throat, but this time it carried a different quality, less fear and more warning, as if he had detected a change in our situation that required immediate attention. The sounds from outside our cabin had stopped completely. The abrupt silence was far more ominous than the systematic testing had been. At least when we could hear movement, we knew where our unwelcome visitor was located and what it was doing. Now, in the absence of any audible activity, our imaginations began filling the void with possibilities that were somehow worse than the reality we had been experiencing. "It's repositioning," my father whispered, moving toward his window but staying well back from the glass. "Whatever it was doing out there, it's finished, and now it's moving to the next phase of whatever it has planned." The storm continued its assault on our cabin, but even the thunder and lightning seemed subdued compared to the tension that now filled our small space. Every sound became suspect. Every shadow in our flashlight beams could potentially hide something threatening. The familiar surroundings of my father's bedroom now felt like a bunker under siege. Then we heard it. The unmistakable sound of our front door opening. Despite our deadbolt, despite our locked handle, despite every precaution we had taken, something had gained entry to our cabin. The hinges creaked slightly as the door swung open, followed by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps crossing our threshold and entering our living room. "How is that possible?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. My father's face had gone completely pale, and his hands tightened around his shotgun with white-knuckled intensity. He moved closer to our bedroom door, listening intently to the sounds coming from the front of our cabin. Scout pressed himself against the floor, his body language indicating that he wanted to hide but was prepared to fight if necessary. The footsteps moved slowly through our living room, pausing occasionally as if whatever had entered was examining our belongings or familiarizing itself with the layout of our home. Each footfall was heavy and deliberate, confirming my father's assessment about the size and weight of our intruder. "We need to get out of here right now," my father whispered urgently. "Whatever that thing is, it's inside our house, and we don't want to be trapped in here with it." He moved to his window and carefully examined the screen and latch mechanism. Our cabin sat elevated on a foundation that put the bedroom windows about 4 feet off the ground. Not an impossible drop, but one that would require careful maneuvering, especially in the darkness and storm conditions. The footsteps in our living room began moving toward the back of the cabin, heading in the direction of our hallway and bedrooms. Whatever had entered our home was conducting the same methodical examination of the interior that it had performed outside, systematically exploring each room and gathering information about the layout. "It's coming this way," my father said grimly. "We have maybe 30 seconds before it reaches this door." He quickly began removing the screen from his window while I gathered our emergency supplies and prepared Scout for an escape attempt. The storm's wind immediately began whipping rain into the room through the open window, but the discomfort was insignificant compared to our need to escape whatever was moving through our cabin. The footsteps in the hallway grew louder and more distinct. I could hear them pausing at each room, accompanied by sounds that suggested doors were being opened and interiors examined. Whatever was searching our home was being thorough, leaving no space unexplored as it moved closer to our location. "You go first," my father ordered, helping me climb through the window opening. "Take Scout and head for the tree line. Don't stop running until you reach the main road." Just as I swung my leg over the windowsill, preparing to drop to the ground outside, the sound of splintering wood erupted from the front of our cabin. The crash was enormous, easily audible over the storm's fury, and was followed immediately by the unmistakable sound of our front door being ripped from its hinges with tremendous force. "Change of plans," my father said grimly, pulling me back inside and moving quickly to barricade our bedroom door with additional furniture. Whatever that was, it just demonstrated that locked doors aren't going to slow it down much. The heavy footsteps that had been methodically exploring our cabin now moved with increased speed and purpose. Whatever had been inside was no longer being cautious about detection. It knew we were here, and it was coming directly for our location. The sound of its movement suggested something far larger and more powerful than any normal intruder. Scout began barking frantically, his courage finally overcoming his fear as his protective instincts kicked in. The sharp, aggressive barks echoed through our small cabin, providing the first real sound of defiance since our ordeal began. My father didn't try to quiet him. At this point, stealth was no longer an option, and Scout's warning might serve as a deterrent. The thing in our hallway paused outside our bedroom door. I could hear it breathing, deep, labored inhalations that sounded wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The rhythm was too slow, the volume too great, and there was a wet, congested quality that suggested something fundamentally different from normal human respiratory patterns. Then came the first impact against our door. The entire frame shook with the force of the blow, and I could see the wood beginning to crack around the hinges. Our barricade of furniture shifted slightly but held firm, buying us precious seconds to prepare for what seemed inevitable. My father raised his shotgun, positioning himself to have a clear line of fire when the door finally gave way. "Stay behind me and be ready to run," he instructed, his voice steady despite the terror of our situation. "If this goes badly, you take Scout, and you get out of here no matter what happens to me." The second impact was even stronger than the first. The door frame splintered visibly, and our furniture barricade slid backward several inches across the floor. Whatever was trying to break in possessed strength that defied rational explanation. The kind of force that should have required heavy machinery or multiple people working together. Scout positioned himself between us and the door, his hackles raised and his teeth bared in a display of aggression that would have been impressive against any normal threat. But as the third impact shook our entire room, I realized that his courage, while admirable, would be little protection against whatever possessed the power to demolish our defenses so easily. The fourth impact finally breached our door. Wood exploded inward in a shower of splinters and debris, and our furniture barricade was scattered across the room as if it weighed nothing. Through the destroyed entrance, I caught my first glimpse of what had been terrorizing us, and the sight would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, just as my father had described, but the reality was far more terrifying than any description could convey. Its proportions were wrong in every conceivable way. Arms that hung too low, shoulders that were too broad, and a head that sat at an unnatural angle on its massive frame. In the chaotic illumination of our flashlight beams and the storm's lightning, I could see that its clothing was torn and filthy, as if it had been living in the wilderness for an extended period. But it was the face that would forever be burned into my memory. What I could see of its features in the erratic lighting appeared human, but distorted, as if someone had taken a normal person and stretched and twisted their characteristics into something that triggered every instinctual fear response built into human psychology. The eyes reflected our flashlight beams like those of a nocturnal animal, and when it opened its mouth, I could see teeth that were far too large and too sharp for any person. My father didn't hesitate. The shotgun boomed in the confined space of our bedroom, the muzzle flash temporarily blinding us all, and the concussion making my ears ring. But instead of falling or retreating, The thing simply staggered backward half a step and then began moving forward again, apparently more annoyed than injured by the blast. "Run!" my father shouted, working the action on his shotgun to chamber another round. "Get out of here right now!" But there was nowhere to run. The thing filled our doorway completely, blocking our only exit from the room. The window remained open behind us, but reaching it would require getting past our intruder or somehow convincing it to move aside, neither of which seemed likely given its apparent hostile intentions. The creature took another step into our room, and I could smell something that made my stomach lurch with revulsion. It was a combination of wet earth, rotting vegetation, and something else that I couldn't identify but that triggered every warning signal in my primitive brain. This was the smell of something that didn't belong in the civilized world, something that existed outside the normal boundaries of human experience. Scout launched himself at the intruder with a ferocity that surprised everyone, including the creature itself. His attack was brave but ultimately futile. The thing simply swatted him aside with one massive arm, sending our dog crashing into the wall with a yelp of pain and surprise. Scout hit the floor hard but immediately scrambled back to his feet, apparently more stunned than seriously injured. My father fired again, this time aiming higher and achieving what appeared to be a more effective hit. The creature stumbled backward through our destroyed doorway, giving us our first opportunity to escape since the siege began. "The window now!" he commanded, and this time I didn't hesitate. I threw myself through the window opening without considering the drop, landing hard on the rain-soaked ground outside my father's bedroom. The impact drove the breath from my lungs and sent sharp pains shooting through my knees and ankles, but adrenaline masked most of the discomfort. Scout landed beside me a second later, apparently having made the same leap with more canine grace. My father followed immediately after, clutching his shotgun and a small emergency bag. He hit the ground running, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the tree line without pausing to assess our surroundings or check for injuries. Behind us, I could hear the creature moving through our cabin, its heavy footsteps accompanied by the sounds of furniture being overturned and walls being damaged. "Don't look back," my father commanded as we ran through the storm toward the relative safety of the woods. "Whatever you do, don't look back and don't slow down until we reach the main road." The rain was falling in sheets that made visibility nearly impossible beyond a few feet. Lightning continued providing sporadic illumination of our flight path, but the brief flashes also created confusing shadows that made navigation treacherous. The ground beneath our feet was muddy and slippery, covered with fallen branches and debris from the storm's ongoing assault. Scout ran beside us, occasionally stumbling but maintaining our pace despite his earlier collision with the wall. His presence provided some comfort, but I could tell he was favoring his left side where he had impacted our bedroom wall. The fact that he continued running without complaint spoke to both his determination and the severity of our situation. Behind us, the sounds from our cabin grew louder and more destructive. I could hear glass breaking, wood splintering, and what sounded like entire sections of wall being torn apart. Whatever we had left behind was systematically destroying our home, either searching for something specific or simply venting its rage at our escape. What was that thing? I gasped as we pushed through the underbrush toward the dirt road that connected our property to the outside world. "I don't know," my father replied honestly, his breathing labored from our desperate flight. "But I know it wasn't anything natural, and I know we're lucky to be alive right now." The main road was still nearly a mile away through difficult terrain, and I was already beginning to feel the effects of our desperate sprint. My lungs burned from the cold air and physical exertion, and my legs felt increasingly unsteady as we navigated fallen logs and patches of thorny undergrowth. The storm continued hammering us with rain and wind, making our escape even more challenging. Lightning flashed again, and in that brief moment of illumination, I saw something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Far behind us, barely visible through the trees and rain, a tall figure was moving in our direction. It wasn't running, but its long stride was covering ground with alarming efficiency. Whatever we had left in our cabin had decided to pursue us into the wilderness. "It's following us," I managed to say between gasping breaths. My father glanced back just as another lightning flash confirmed my observation. His face went pale, and he immediately changed our direction, angling toward a section of forest where the trees grew more densely and might provide better concealment. "We need to find somewhere to hide until daylight," he said grimly. "Running in the open isn't going to work if that thing can track us through the forest." Scout seemed to understand our need for concealment, because he immediately began leading us toward a particularly thick stand of pine trees, whose low-hanging branches created natural shelter from both the storm and observation. We crawled underneath the dense canopy, pressing ourselves against the trunk of the largest tree and trying to control our breathing enough to listen for pursuit. The rain drumming against the pine needles above our heads provided some acoustic cover, but it also masked any sounds that might indicate whether our pursuer was still following our trail. We huddled together in the darkness, sharing body heat and drawing what comfort we could from each other's presence while we waited to see if our hiding place would be discovered. Minutes passed like hours as we strained to hear any indication of movement in the forest around us. The storm continued its assault, and occasionally lightning would illuminate our immediate surroundings, but we saw no sign of the creature that had destroyed our home and driven us into the wilderness. "We need to keep moving toward the road," my father finally whispered. "Staying here too long is just giving it more time to track us down." As we prepared to continue our escape, Scout suddenly lifted his head and looked back in the direction we had come. His ears were perked forward and a low growl began rumbling in his throat, the same warning sound he had made when the creature first approached our cabin. Whatever was hunting us through the forest had found our trail again. We spent the remainder of that terrifying night moving through the forest in short sprints, hiding whenever Scout's behavior indicated that our pursuer was getting close, and gradually working our way toward the main road where we might find help or at least escape our isolated predicament. The creature seemed to be tracking us with supernatural ability, always appearing to know our general direction despite our attempts at concealment and misdirection. Dawn finally began breaking around 6:30 in the morning, and with the first gray light filtering through the storm clouds, we heard the most welcome sound imaginable, the distant rumble of a vehicle on the main road. My father immediately began leading us toward the sound, abandoning all attempts at stealth in favor of speed as we crashed through the underbrush toward potential salvation. The truck belonged to our nearest neighbor, a man named Vernon, who lived 10 miles away and was apparently heading to town for supplies despite the storm conditions. When he saw 3 muddy, terrified people emerge from the forest and flag him down, he immediately pulled over and began asking questions that we were barely coherent enough to answer. "Something attacked our cabin," my father managed to explain between gasping breaths. "We need to get to town and call the police immediately." Vernon didn't ask for details. The obvious terror in our faces and our bedraggled condition were explanation enough. He helped us into his truck, made room for Scout in the back seat, and began driving toward town while my father used his cell phone to contact emergency services. The conversation with the 911 dispatcher was surreal. How do you explain to someone that your home was invaded by something that didn't appear entirely human? How do you describe footprints that looked more like claws than feet? How do you convince trained professionals to take seriously a report that sounded like something from a horror movie? The police arrived at our property 3 hours later, accompanied by paramedics and a representative from the sheriff's department. What they found confirmed our story in ways that were both validating and deeply disturbing. Our cabin had been completely destroyed, not just damaged, but systematically torn apart as if something with tremendous strength had gone room by room, pulling down walls and destroying everything inside. The tracks around our property were unlike anything the investigating officers had seen before. They were definitely made by something bipedal, but the size and shape were wrong for any known animal or person. The stride length suggested something nearly 7 feet tall, and the depth of the impressions in the muddy ground indicated weight that would have been impossible for a normal human. Inside our destroyed cabin, investigators found evidence of tremendous force being applied to structural elements that should have required heavy equipment to damage. Support beams had been snapped in half, walls had been punched through, and our furniture had been scattered as if it weighed nothing. The official report listed the incident as vandalism by unknown perpetrators, but I could see in the officers' faces that they knew this explanation didn't adequately account for the evidence they had documented. The amount of destruction would have required multiple people working with tools, but there were no tool marks on any of the damaged surfaces. Everything appeared to have been torn apart by hand. We never returned to live in those woods. My father arranged for a salvage crew to remove anything of value from the wreckage, But he refused to accompany them, and he insisted that they work only during daylight hours with multiple people present at all times. Even then, the crew reported feeling uneasy during their work, as if they were being watched from the surrounding forest. Scout recovered from his injuries within a few days, but his behavior was permanently changed by our experience. He became extremely protective of our family and showed signs of anxiety whenever we were in wooded areas or rural locations. Veterinarians found no physical explanation for his behavioral changes, but I understood completely. He had seen something that challenged his understanding of the natural world, just as we had. The insurance company eventually paid our claim, though the adjuster clearly had doubts about the official explanation for the damage. The amount of destruction was simply too extensive to have been caused by normal vandalism, and the specific patterns of damage suggested something that defied conventional explanation. We moved to a suburban neighborhood where our nearest neighbors were less than 100 feet away, and where the sound of human activity provided constant reassurance that we were not alone or isolated. My father sold his hunting equipment and showed no interest in outdoor activities that might take us away from populated areas. 10 years have passed since that night, and I still wake up sometimes from dreams where I can hear heavy footsteps circling my home in the darkness. I've never spoken publicly about what we experienced, and I doubt anyone would believe the complete truth even if I did. But I know what I saw, and I know what hunted us through those woods on that storm-torn night in March 2009. Whatever exists in the wilderness between Georgia and Tennessee, it's still out there. The forest holds secrets that civilization has forgotten, and sometimes those secrets decide to remind us that humanity's dominion over the natural world is neither complete nor permanent. We learned that lesson in the most terrifying way possible, and it's a knowledge that will stay with us for the rest of our lives. I often wonder if other families living in isolated areas have encountered similar experiences, and whether the official explanations for unexplained incidents adequately account for the reality of what might be sharing our world. But mostly, I'm grateful that we survived our encounter, and I pray that whatever we left behind in those woods remains content to stay hidden in the darkness where it belongs. The autumn of 2023 brought with it a series of disturbing reports that would forever change how I viewed the wilderness that had become my sanctuary. I was 26 then, working a mundane office job in Utrecht that left me feeling trapped between fluorescent lights and computer screens for most of my waking hours. The only thing that kept me sane was my nightly escapes into the forests that dotted the Dutch-German border region. It started with whispered conversations in local pubs, hushed discussions between farmers who gathered around weathered wooden tables, their faces etched with concern and confusion. The first official report came from a sheep farmer named Cornelis van der Berg, whose property stretched along the eastern edge of Gelderland province. On a foggy Tuesday morning in early October, he discovered 7 of his prize breeding ewes lying motionless in their pasture, their bodies arranged in an almost ceremonial pattern that made his stomach turn. The local veterinarian, Dr. Hendrika Vos, arrived within hours of the discovery. What she found defied her 30 years of experience treating livestock attacks. The sheep hadn't simply been killed, they had been systematically executed. Each animal bore identical wounds, a single devastating bite to the throat that had severed the carotid artery with surgical precision. The bite radius measured exactly 7 centimeters across, far larger than any domestic dog could produce. Yet the depth and clean edges suggested an intelligence behind the attack that no wild animal should possess. In all my years, Dr. Voss told the local newspaper, I've never seen anything like this. Wolves kill to eat, but these animals were left completely untouched. No flesh was consumed, no organs removed. It's as if something killed for the pure sake of killing. The most disturbing detail emerged when crime scene investigators, yes, they had called in actual police forensics, examined the scene more thoroughly. Surrounding each dead sheep was a perfect circle of paw prints, each measuring nearly 18 centimeters in length. The prints showed deliberate placement, as if the killer had walked methodically around each victim before striking. The depth of the impressions suggested an animal weighing at least 80 kilograms, yet the prints showed no signs of claws, which ruled out bears or large wildcats. Within 2 weeks, 3 more farms reported similar attacks. The pattern remained consistent: multiple sheep killed but not eaten, precise throat wounds, and those unnaturally large paw prints arranged in perfect circles around each carcass. The local police established a task force, and wildlife experts from Wageningen University were brought in to analyze the evidence. Professor Adrian Klein, the university's leading expert on predator behavior, held a press conference that I watched from my cramped apartment, feeling an inexplicable chill as he spoke. "The behavior we're observing is unprecedented in the scientific literature," he announced, his usually confident demeanor noticeably shaken. "No known predator species exhibits this type of systematic killing without consumption. The precision of the wounds suggests an animal with extraordinary bite force and jaw control, yet the complete absence of feeding behavior contradicts every predatory instinct we understand." The media dubbed it the ghost wolf of Gelderland, though Professor Klein repeatedly insisted that wolves had been extinct in the Netherlands for over a century and a half. DNA samples from the bite wounds proved inconclusive. The saliva contained genetic markers consistent with Canis lupus, yet several sequences didn't match any known wolf subspecies in existing databases. As autumn deepened into winter, the attacks suddenly stopped. No more dead sheep, no more mysterious paw prints, no more terrified farmers calling the police in the pre-dawn hours. The task force was quietly disbanded, the university experts returned to their laboratories, and the local news moved on to other stories. But the farmers didn't forget. They installed motion-activated cameras, reinforced their fencing, and many began keeping loaded rifles by their doors. I followed every news report with an obsession that disturbed even me. Something about the systematic nature of the killings, the intelligence implied by the evidence, resonated with a dark fascination I didn't fully understand. I printed out newspaper articles and pinned them to the wall of my apartment, creating a timeline of events that grew more complex with each passing day. My colleagues at work began commenting on my distracted behavior, my inability to focus on spreadsheets and quarterly reports, when my mind was consumed by thoughts of what might be lurking in the forests I loved so deeply. The official explanation, when it finally came, was disappointingly mundane. A rogue pack of hybrid wolf dogs, the authorities declared, probably abandoned pets that had reverted to wild behavior. The precision of the kills was explained away as learned behavior from their domestic upbringing, and the lack of consumption was attributed to stress and territorial marking. Case closed, files archived, public concerns officially addressed. But I knew better. I had spent too many nights in those forests, felt too deeply connected to their rhythms and secrets, to accept such a sanitized explanation. There was something else out there. Something that the authorities either couldn't identify or chose not to acknowledge. And as winter gave way to the promising warmth of early spring 2024, I found myself drawn more and more frequently to the very regions where the attacks had occurred. My supervisor, a perpetually stressed woman named Ingrid, who smelled of stale coffee and unfulfilled dreams, called me into her office on a particularly dreary March afternoon. "Your performance has been declining," she said, not bothering to look up from the evaluation form she was filling out. "Your attention seems to be elsewhere lately. Is everything all right at home?" I wanted to tell her about the nights I spent hiking through forests where something had killed sheep with surgical precision. I wanted to explain how the official explanations felt like lies designed to comfort a public that couldn't handle the truth. Instead, I mumbled something about stress and promised to do better. But even as I spoke, I was already planning my next nocturnal expedition, already feeling the familiar pull of the wild places that had become more real to me than the fluorescent-lit office where I wasted my days. That evening, I spread out detailed topographical maps of the Gelderland region on my kitchen table, marking each location where attacks had been reported. A pattern emerged that the official investigation had apparently missed, or chosen to ignore. The kills formed a rough circle approximately 15 kilometers in diameter, centered on a dense section of forest that local hikers rarely visited due to its swampy terrain and poor trail maintenance. I traced the circle with my finger, feeling a strange mixture of fear and anticipation. Whatever had killed those sheep was still out there, still following patterns that only I seemed to recognize. And tomorrow night, I would begin my search for the truth that everyone else was too frightened or too comfortable to pursue. My relationship with the forests began long before the sheep killings, rooted in a childhood trauma that I've never discussed with anyone, not even the therapist my parents forced me to see after the incident. I was 11 years old when my younger brother, Peter, disappeared during a family camping trip in the Hogavelua National Park. We were playing hide-and-seek among the towering pine trees while our parents set up camp, and he simply vanished. The search lasted 4 days, involving hundreds of volunteers, police dogs, and helicopter surveillance. They found his body at the bottom of a ravine, apparently the victim of an accidental fall. But I knew better. I had heard him screaming in the distance, a sound that cut through the forest like a blade through silk, filled with terror beyond anything a simple fall could produce. When I tried to tell the adults about the screams, they dismissed them as my imagination, traumatic stress manifesting as false memories. The official cause of death was accidental drowning. He had fallen into a stream and struck his head on the rocks. From that day forward, the woods called to me with an intensity that bordered on compulsion. I couldn't stay away from them, couldn't resist the pull of the deep forest where shadows moved in ways that defied explanation and sounds carried meanings that civilized people had forgotten how to interpret. My parents worried, of course. They took me to specialists who diagnosed me with everything from PTSD to obsessive-compulsive disorder, but none of their treatments could diminish the magnetic force that drew me into the wilderness. By the time I reached university age, my nocturnal wanderings had become a central part of my identity. I studied forestry management, partly to understand the ecosystems I was so drawn to, but mostly to have legitimate reasons for spending time in remote locations where others feared to tread. My professors noted my unusual ability to navigate in complete darkness, my uncanny skill at identifying animal tracks and behavioral patterns, and my disturbing comfort level in situations that sent other students fleeing back to their dormitories. Dr. Margaretha Zielstra, my wildlife behavior instructor, pulled me aside after a particularly intense field exercise in the Kinderdijk wetlands. "You have an extraordinary connection to the natural world," she said, studying my face with the analytical intensity of someone accustomed to observing predator-prey relationships. "But there's something almost feral about the way you move in the forest. Are you getting enough sleep? Maintaining proper social connections?" I assured her that I was fine, but the truth was more complicated. My nocturnal expeditions had grown longer and more frequent, often lasting entire nights as I explored territories that even experienced rangers avoided. I had developed an ability to move through dense undergrowth without making a sound, to read the subtle signs that indicated predator presence, and to distinguish between the normal sounds of nighttime forest activity and the unnatural silences that preceded danger. The sheep killings changed everything. Suddenly, my obsession had a focus, a specific mystery that demanded investigation. I began carrying detailed journals on my night hikes, documenting every unusual sound, every displaced branch, every scent that didn't belong to the normal ecosystem. My handwriting grew increasingly erratic as I recorded observations that I knew no one else would believe. The way certain areas of forest fell completely silent at specific times of night, the strange patterns of broken branches that formed geometric shapes too precise to be natural, the occasional discovery of animal bones arranged in configurations that suggested intelligence and purpose. My apartment became a shrine to the mystery. Topographical maps covered every wall, marked with colored pins indicating reported sightings, unusual animal behavior, and my own disturbing discoveries. I installed a police scanner to monitor emergency calls from the rural districts, and I kept detailed files on every farmer, ranger, and local resident who had reported unusual incidents. My neighbors began to complain about the smell. I had stopped bathing regularly, finding that human soap and deodorant interfered with my ability to detect the subtle scents that provided crucial information during my forest investigations. Work became increasingly difficult to endure. The fluorescent lights hurt my eyes, which had adapted to function optimally in near total darkness. The constant chatter of my colleagues felt like meaningless noise compared to the rich symphony of forest sounds that had become my preferred language. I found myself snapping at people who interrupted my concentration, becoming aggressive when forced to participate in team meetings or social events that kept me away from my true calling. Ingrid's concerns about my performance were completely justified, though for reasons she couldn't possibly understand. I was no longer fully human in the conventional sense. My senses had sharpened to superhuman levels. My reflexes had adapted to the split-second timing required for survival in predator territory, and my understanding of natural systems had evolved beyond what any textbook could teach. I could identify individual animals by their scent trails, predict weather changes by the behavior of insects, and navigate complex terrain using only the subtle variations in air current and sound reflection that indicated the presence of trees, rocks, and water sources. The transformation wasn't entirely pleasant. Human food began to taste bland and artificial compared to the wild berries and edible plants I had learned to identify during my expeditions. Sleeping indoors felt suffocating. I often found myself opening all the windows in my apartment and lying on the floor, trying to recreate the sensation of sleeping under an open sky. My social relationships deteriorated as I lost interest in conversations that didn't relate to tracking, animal behavior, or forest ecosystems. Dr. Hendrik van Essen, a psychologist my concerned sister convinced me to visit, attempted to diagnose my condition as a form of dissociative disorder. "You're using the forest as an escape from trauma," he explained during our single session together. "The nocturnal wandering, the hypervigilance, the social isolation. These are all symptoms of someone trying to avoid processing a deeply painful experience." I wanted to explain that I wasn't escaping into the forest. I was returning to it. The woods weren't a refuge from reality. They were reality, raw and honest and unfiltered by the comfortable lies that civilized society told itself. In the forest, death was immediate and honest. Predators didn't pretend to be anything other than what they were, and prey animals didn't delude themselves about their place in the food chain. It was the only environment where I felt truly alive, truly myself. As spring progressed into summer, my expeditions grew more ambitious. I began exploring territories that had been off-limits even to experienced hikers, penetrating deep into swamplands and dense forest areas where the canopy was so thick that daylight never reached the ground. I discovered animal trails that didn't correspond to any known species migration patterns, finding tracks that measured larger than any animal that should exist in the Dutch ecosystem. The most disturbing discovery came on a humid July night, when I was exploring a particularly remote section of forest near the German border. Hidden beneath a natural overhang created by fallen trees, I found what could only be described as a lair. The ground had been deliberately cleared and shaped into a circular depression approximately 3 meters in diameter. The earth was packed hard and smooth, stained dark with what might have been blood. Arranged around the perimeter were dozens of bones, sheep bones, I realized with growing horror, picked completely clean and organized by size and type with a precision that suggested planning and intelligence. But it was the smell that truly terrified me. The entire area reeked of something that wasn't quite wolf, wasn't quite dog, but contained elements of both along with other scents I couldn't identify. It was the smell of something that didn't belong in any ecosystem I understood, something that existed outside the normal rules of predator and prey. I documented everything with my camera, took detailed measurements, and collected samples of the strange dark soil for later analysis. That night marked a turning point in my obsession. I was no longer simply investigating unusual animal behavior. I was tracking something that challenged every assumption I had about the natural world. And based on the freshness of the scent markers around the lair, something that was very much still active in the region. I made a decision that would have horrified anyone who cared about my well-being. I would begin spending entire nights in the forest, waiting and watching for whatever had created that unnatural sanctuary. My vacation time from work would be dedicated to a systematic surveillance operation that would either provide answers or confirm my growing suspicion that I was dealing with something beyond normal scientific classification. The hunt was about to begin, September 15th, 2024. The date is burned into my memory with the same intensity as a brand on cattle hide. I had been planning this particular expedition for 3 weeks, studying weather patterns, moon phases, and local animal activity reports to optimize my chances of making contact with whatever had killed those sheep. The forecast promised a moonless night with intermittent cloud cover, perfect conditions for something that preferred to hunt in complete darkness. I left my apartment at 6:30 p.m., loading my mountain bike with equipment that would have seemed excessive to any casual observer. Night vision binoculars, motion-detecting cameras, audio recording equipment, and enough food and water to sustain a 3-day surveillance operation. My backpack also contained items that I hoped I wouldn't need: a military-grade flashlight capable of producing 3,000 lumens, a high-pitched whistle designed to disorient aggressive animals, and a folding knife with a 12-centimeter blade that I had practiced drawing in complete darkness until the motion became automatic. The ride to the forest took 45 minutes, following back roads that wound through agricultural districts where farmers had learned to bring their livestock indoors well before sunset. I passed 3 properties where motion-activated floodlights had been installed around sheep pens, their harsh illumination creating pools of artificial daylight in the gathering dusk. Security cameras were mounted on fence posts, their red recording lights blinking like electronic eyes that watched for threats the owners couldn't name. I chained my bike to a utility pole approximately half a kilometer from the forest entrance, in a location that would allow for rapid escape if circumstances required it. The walk to my chosen observation point would take me through increasingly dense vegetation, following animal trails that I had memorized during previous reconnaissance missions. My destination was a natural blind created by fallen trees and dense undergrowth, positioned approximately 200 meters from the area where I had discovered the bone circle 3 months earlier. As I entered the forest, the familiar sensation of heightened awareness flooded my nervous system. My vision adjusted automatically to the minimal light conditions, revealing details that would have been invisible to normal human perception. The texture of bark became tactile information that I could process without touching. The subtle variations in ground consistency told me where to place my feet to avoid making noise, and the complex symphony of insect and small animal activity provided a real-time map of the ecosystem around me. But something was wrong. The normal patterns of forest sound were disrupted in ways that immediately triggered my alarm systems. Sections of woodland that should have been active with nocturnal creatures were completely silent, creating dead zones of unnatural quiet that moved through the landscape like an infection spreading through healthy tissue. I paused frequently to analyze these disturbances, trying to determine whether they indicated the presence of a predator or something more unusual. 20 minutes into my approach, I encountered the first physical evidence that I was not alone in the forest. A sheep carcass, less than 6 hours old based on the temperature of the body and the progression of rigor mortis, lay beside a game trail that I had used countless times during previous expeditions. The kill was identical to those reported in the media. A single devastating bite to the throat, no consumption of flesh, and the distinctive circular arrangement of enormous paw prints around the body. But this kill was different in one crucial detail. The sheep hadn't been part of any local flock. Its ear tags identified it as belonging to a farm more than 20 kilometers away. Something had transported this animal across a significant distance before killing it in this specific location. The implications were staggering. Either I was dealing with a predator intelligent enough to engage in complex hunting strategies, or the creature possessed physical capabilities that defied biological norms. I photographed the scene from multiple angles, documenting the precise placement of the carcass, the pattern of surrounding tracks, and the unusual absence of blood despite the massive throat wound. My hands remained steady as I worked, but my pulse was racing with a combination of terror and exhilaration that I had never experienced before. This was proof that my months of investigation had been justified, evidence that something extraordinary was active in these forests. The scent hit me as I was packing away my camera. Rich, musky, and completely unlike anything in my extensive catalog of forest smells. It contained elements of wet fur and fresh blood, but underneath these familiar components was something else, something that triggered a primal fear response that bypassed rational thought and sent adrenaline flooding through my system. My body prepared for fight or flight before my conscious mind had even processed the threat. I crouched behind the fallen log that concealed my position, controlling my breathing and listening with an intensity that bordered on supernatural. The normal sounds of the forest had ceased entirely, replaced by a silence so complete that it seemed to press against my eardrums like physical weight. Even the insects had stopped their chirping, creating an acoustic vacuum that made my own heartbeat sound like thunder. The footsteps, when they came, were deliberate and measured. Not the random wandering of a lost animal, but the purposeful movement of something that knew exactly where it was going. The spacing between steps suggested an animal much larger than any wolf, yet the sound was wrong for a bear or other large mammal. Each footfall was placed with careful precision, as if the creature was consciously minimizing noise while maintaining forward momentum. I raised my binoculars and scanned the area ahead of me, adjusting the focus to penetrate the deeper shadows between the trees. For several minutes, I saw nothing but the normal landscape of trunks, undergrowth, and fallen branches that created the complex three-dimensional maze of the forest floor. Then, moving with fluid grace that seemed to defy the laws of physics, a shape detached itself from the darkness and began moving directly toward my position. My first thought was that I was observing an unusually large wolf, perhaps a specimen that had wandered south from the expanding populations in Germany or Poland. But as the creature moved closer, details became visible that challenged this initial identification. The proportions were wrong. Too tall, too broad through the chest, with limbs that were longer relative to body size than any wolf I had ever studied. The head was massive, with ears that seemed almost human in their shape and placement. But it was the eyes that shattered any attempt to categorize this animal within normal taxonomic classifications. They reflected the minimal available light, with an intensity that suggested a tapetum lucidum far more developed than that of any terrestrial predator. More disturbing was their apparent focus and intelligence. This wasn't the random environmental scanning of an animal following scent trails. These were the calculated observations of something that was actively hunting. The creature paused approximately 50 meters from my hiding place, raising its head to sample the air with the same methodical approach it applied to its movement. I realized with growing horror that it was tracking my scent, following the chemical trail I had left during my approach to this location. My elaborate concealment was meaningless if the animal could pinpoint my exact position through olfactory analysis. I gripped the handle of my knife, knowing that the weapon would be useless against an animal of this size, but finding comfort in the familiar weight of the blade. My mouth had gone completely dry, and I had to make a conscious effort to prevent my hands from trembling as I continued to observe the creature through my binoculars. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to abandon my equipment and flee back to the safety of civilization, but I forced myself to remain motionless. The creature's head turned in my direction with mechanical precision, and for a moment that seemed to last forever, we stared directly at each other across the darkness. I saw intelligence in those reflective eyes, awareness and calculation that transcended normal animal cognition. This wasn't a wild beast operating on instinct. This was something that understood its environment and its own capabilities with a sophistication that terrified me. Then, without warning, it stood upright. The transformation was fluid and natural, as if the creature possessed a skeletal and muscular system designed for both quadrupedal and bipedal locomotion. Standing erect, it towered at least 2.5 meters tall, its silhouette resembling a grotesque fusion of human and canine anatomy. The arms were longer than they should have been, ending in hands that were clearly capable of manipulating objects with the same dexterity as human fingers. I stopped breathing entirely, afraid that even the sound of my respiration might trigger an attack. The creature stood motionless for what might have been 30 seconds or 3 hours. Time had become meaningless in the face of this encounter. Then, moving with the same deliberate precision it had displayed while walking, it turned and began moving away from my position. But not before pausing to look back at me one final time. Its head tilted at an angle that was unmistakably human in its curiosity and assessment. The rational part of my mind screamed warnings about the stupidity of pursuing a predator that could stand 7 feet tall and had just demonstrated capabilities beyond any known animal species. But rationality had ceased to be a determining factor in my behavior months ago. I waited exactly 10 minutes after the creature disappeared before emerging from my hiding place, using the time to document my observations and formulate a tracking strategy that might allow me to maintain contact without triggering a lethal confrontation. The creature's trail was unlike anything I had encountered during my years of studying wildlife behavior. The paw prints, I still thought of them as paw prints, though they were clearly something more complex, were spaced nearly 2 meters apart when the animal moved at a normal pace. The depth of the impression suggested a weight distribution that was all wrong for a quadruped. Too much pressure on the rear feet, not enough on the front. It was the track pattern of something that was equally comfortable moving on 4 legs or 2. More disturbing were the occasional handprints I found pressed into soft patches of earth. 5 distinct fingers, each ending in what appeared to be a retractable claw with an opposable thumb that could manipulate objects with human-level dexterity. The size was enormous. Each handprint measured nearly 20 centimeters from wrist to fingertip, but the proportions were unmistakably humanoid. I followed the trail for approximately 1 kilometer, moving with exaggerated caution and pausing frequently to listen for sounds that might indicate the creature's presence ahead of me. The track led deeper into the forest, toward areas where the canopy was so dense that even my adapted vision struggled to penetrate the absolute darkness. My flashlight remained unused. Any artificial light would announce my presence to something that clearly possessed superior sensory capabilities. The trail began to reveal behavioral patterns that challenged every assumption I had made about predator psychology. Rather than following the most direct route through the terrain, the creature had chosen a path that kept it concealed from potential aerial observation while simultaneously providing multiple escape routes at every turning point. This wasn't the random wandering of an animal following instinct. This was tactical movement that demonstrated planning and environmental awareness. At several points along the trail, I discovered evidence of deliberate scent marking. The creature had stopped to urinate against specific trees, but not randomly. Each marking was positioned at exactly the same height, approximately 1.5 meters above ground level, and spaced at regular intervals that suggested territorial boundary establishment. The scent was unlike anything in my experience. Powerful, musky, with chemical components that seemed to trigger unconscious fear responses in every mammal I had observed reacting to it. Small animals had fled the area entirely. No rabbit tracks, no evidence of nocturnal rodent activity, no droppings from the deer that normally use these trails for their evening feeding migrations. It was as if the creature's passage had created a biological dead zone that extended for hundreds of meters on either side of its route. Even the insects had gone silent, their normal chorus replaced by an oppressive quiet that made my footsteps sound like gunshots despite my careful movement. After 45 minutes of tracking, I discovered the first indication of where the creature might be heading. A game trail that I had used during previous expeditions intersected the creature's route, and fresh tracks showed that it had paused at this junction for several minutes before continuing in a direction that led toward the densest section of the forest. But these weren't the only tracks at the intersection. Human footprints, approximately size 11 hiking boots, overlapped with the creature's trail. Someone else had been here within the last few hours, following the same route I was now pursuing. The boot prints showed signs of hurried movement, longer strides, deeper heel impressions that indicated running, or at least rapid walking. Whoever had made these tracks had been either pursuing the creature or fleeing from it. I knelt beside the clearest boot print, using my finger to measure the depth and studying the tread pattern with growing unease. The print was fresh enough that moisture was still seeping into the impression from the surrounding soil, less than 2 hours old, possibly much more recent. The person who had made this track might still be in the forest, might even be close enough to hear me if I called out. But calling out would also announce my presence to whatever they had been tracking. The decision to continue following both trails required every ounce of courage I possessed. I was no longer simply observing an unusual predator. I was entering a situation that involved unknown human actors and potentially life-threatening variables that I couldn't assess or control. My knife felt inadequate, my escape route was becoming more complex with every step deeper into the forest, and my communication equipment was useless in terrain that blocked most radio signals. The combined trail led me through increasingly difficult terrain, dense undergrowth that required crawling to penetrate, swampy areas where the ground was unstable, and every step risked creating noise that would carry for hundreds of meters, and rocky outcroppings that forced me to choose between speed and stealth. My clothing was soaked with perspiration despite the cool night air, and my hands were beginning to shake from the sustained adrenaline response that had been flooding my system for over an hour. Then I smelled smoke, wood smoke, faint but unmistakable, drifting through the forest from somewhere ahead of my position. Someone had built a fire, either deliberately or as the result of an accident that had ignited the tinder-dry undergrowth that covered much of this area. Fire in dense forest was potentially more dangerous than any predator, capable of spreading with explosive speed and trapping anyone caught in its path. But the smoke carried other scents as well. Burning meat, possibly lamb or mutton, with the distinctive aroma of fat rendering in open flame. Someone was cooking food, which suggested a level of confidence and preparation that didn't match the hurried movement indicated by the boot prints. Either the person I was tracking had stopped to eat, or I was approaching a campsite that existed independently of tonight's activities. The possibility that I might encounter other people in this remote location filled me with almost as much dread as the prospect of facing the creature I had been following. Humans who chose to spend time in areas where large predators were active were often individuals whose motivations couldn't be trusted. Poachers, illegal hunters, or worse, people who came to the deep forest to engage in activities that required absolute privacy and no witnesses. I approached the source of the smoke with extreme caution, moving from tree to tree and pausing for several minutes between each advance to listen for voices or other sounds that might indicate human presence. The scent grew stronger as I moved forward, but it was accompanied by something else that made my stomach clench with instinctive revulsion. The smell of fresh blood, much stronger than what would be produced by normal cooking activities. Not the small amount of blood that escaped from properly butchered meat, but the massive quantities that resulted from a recent kill. Something had died very recently and very violently in the area immediately ahead of my position. I found them in a clearing that had been created by fallen trees, probably the result of a storm that had passed through the region several years earlier. The scene that greeted me challenged my ability to process what I was seeing and reconcile it with any normal explanation. A small campfire burned in the center of the clearing, surrounded by carefully arranged stones that indicated experienced outdoor skills. Suspended over the fire on a makeshift spit was what appeared to be a leg of lamb, expertly butchered and prepared for cooking. The meat was fresh enough that blood was still dripping into the flames, creating small flares and the hissing sound that had helped me locate the campsite. But the lamb hadn't been purchased from any butcher shop. 3 sheep carcasses lay arranged around the perimeter of the clearing, each displaying the identical throat wounds that had become the signature of the creature I was tracking. The bodies were positioned with geometric precision, forming a perfect triangle with the campfire at its center. Most of the meat had been removed from the bones with surgical skill, processed into portions that hung from nearby tree branches like a macabre delicatessen. And standing beside the fire, turning the roasting meat with movements that were both human and disturbingly wrong, was the creature I had been following. But it was no longer moving on 4 legs. In the flickering light of the campfire, the true nature of what I was observing became undeniably clear. This wasn't simply an unusually large wolf that could occasionally rear up on its hind legs. This was something that existed in a perpetual state between human and animal, possessing the capabilities of both while belonging fully to neither category. The creature stood approximately 7 feet tall, its body covered in dense fur that ranged from dark brown along the back to lighter tan on the chest and stomach. But the proportions were wrong for any natural animal. The legs were too long, the arms too developed, and the hands, God help me, they were clearly hands, manipulated the makeshift cooking implements with the same dexterity that any experienced outdoorsman might display. Its head was the most disturbing aspect of its anatomy. The skull was elongated like a wolf's, with a pronounced muzzle filled with teeth that reflected the firelight when it opened its mouth to test the temperature of the cooking meat. But the eyes were positioned more forward than any predator's should be, providing the binocular vision necessary for complex tool use and fine manipulation. When it turned its head in my direction, as if sensing my presence despite my concealment, those eyes showed an intelligence that was unmistakably aware and calculating. I remained frozen behind the fallen log that concealed my position, afraid to move or even breathe normally for fear of attracting its attention. My camera was in my backpack, but reaching for it would require movements that might be detected by something with predator-level senses. Instead, I forced myself to memorize every detail of what I was witnessing, knowing that no one would believe my account without photographic evidence, but understanding that attempting to document the scene might result in my death. The creature finished adjusting the meat on its improvised spit and moved with fluid grace to examine the sheep carcasses arranged around the clearing. It paused beside each body, running its hands along the flanks and checking the quality of the remaining meat with the expertise of someone who had been processing animal carcasses for years. This wasn't random scavenging behavior. This was systematic food preparation that demonstrated planning and forethought. But the most terrifying realization came when I observed how it moved through the campsite. Every action was deliberate and purposeful, from banking the fire to maintain an optimal cooking temperature, to checking the wind direction to ensure that smoke wouldn't accumulate in the clearing. This creature understood fire management, food safety, and campsite organization, with a sophistication that required years of experience and learning. It was then that I noticed the human clothing. Arranged neatly beside the fire were hiking boots, cargo pants, and a flannel shirt that would have fit a very large man. The clothes were clean and well-maintained, suggesting regular use rather than items scavenged from a victim. More disturbing was the presence of human tools: a military surplus knife with a blade that could easily process large game, a small hatchet for cutting firewood, and what appeared to be a water purification system for ensuring safe drinking water during extended wilderness stays. The implications were staggering. This wasn't a wild animal that had learned to use human tools. This was something that lived as both human and predator, switching between forms as circumstances required. The systematic killing of sheep wasn't random predation. It was hunting behavior carried out by something that understood human agricultural systems and could plan complex operations that spanned multiple locations. I watched in horrified fascination as the creature completed its meal preparation and settled beside the fire in a sitting position that was eerily human. It used a sharpened stick to test the doneness of the roasting meat, rotating the spit when one side had cooked sufficiently, and even added what appeared to be wild herbs to enhance the flavor. The entire process was conducted with the casual competence of someone who had performed these same actions countless times before. But it was when the creature began to eat that I truly understood the scope of what I was witnessing. It consumed the cooked meat with obvious relish, tearing off portions with its hands and chewing with the appreciation of someone who understood culinary quality. But periodically, it would pause in its meal to gnaw directly on the raw bones of the sheep carcasses, crushing them with jaw strength that could easily crack human skulls. The transition between civilized eating and savage consumption was seamless, as if both behaviors were equally natural aspects of its feeding routine. 20 minutes into its meal, the creature suddenly stopped eating and raised its head to scan the surrounding forest. Its nostrils flared as it sampled the air, and its ears rotated independently to focus on specific sectors of the woodland around the clearing. Something had changed in the environment, some subtle shift in scent or sound that had triggered its alarm systems. I pressed myself closer to the ground, trying to become invisible while maintaining visual contact with the clearing. My heart was beating so hard that I was afraid the sound might be audible to something with supernatural hearing abilities. Every muscle in my body was tense with the anticipation of flight, though I knew that running would be useless against something that could apparently move with equal speed on 2 legs or 4. The creature stood slowly, its movements fluid and controlled despite its obvious state of alertness. It moved to the edge of the clearing and began a systematic examination of the tree line, pausing every few meters to analyze scents and sounds that were beyond my ability to detect. Its head turned in my direction, and for a moment that seemed to last an eternity, those intelligent eyes seemed to stare directly into mine. Then it began walking toward my hiding place. I had perhaps 30 seconds before it would reach the fallen log that concealed my position. My options were limited and all of them terrifying: remain hidden and hope that it would pass by without detecting me, attempt to flee through forest terrain where I would be at a severe disadvantage, or reveal myself and try to communicate with something that might be intelligent enough to understand human speech, but predatory enough to kill me without hesitation. The creature was now close enough that I could hear its breathing, a sound that was deeper and more controlled than any animal's should be. It moved with the careful precision of something that was accustomed to stalking prey, placing each foot to minimize noise while maintaining the ability to spring into attack mode at any moment. The firelight behind it created a silhouette that was the stuff of nightmares, a fusion of human intelligence and predatory capability that violated every natural law I understood. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. I made a decision that was either the bravest or most foolish of my life. I stood up. The creature stopped immediately, its body language shifting from predatory stalking to surprised assessment. We stared at each other across a distance of less than 3 meters, two species that should never have encountered each other in this way, each trying to determine whether the other represented an immediate threat. "Please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not here to hurt you or interfere with what you're doing. I just want to understand." The creature tilted its head at an angle that was unmistakably human in its curiosity. Its eyes never left mine, but I could see intelligence working behind them. processing information and formulating responses in ways that transcended normal animal cognition. When it finally spoke, its voice was rough and distorted by vocal cords that weren't designed for human speech. But the words were clear and deliberately chosen. "You have been watching me for months." The sound of human speech from that inhuman throat triggered a primal terror response that bypassed all rational thought. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, to put as much distance as possible between myself and something that should not exist but was standing 3 meters away, speaking in a voice that somehow conveyed both intelligence and barely contained predatory instinct. But I forced myself to remain still, to meet those golden eyes that reflected the firelight like a wild animal's, while carrying an awareness that was disturbingly human. My voice, when I finally managed to speak, came out as a hoarse whisper. "You can talk." The creature's mouth opened in what might have been amusement, revealing teeth that could tear through bone and sinew with effortless efficiency. "I have always been able to talk. The question is why you have been following me with such persistence." Its speech was careful and deliberate, each word chosen with precision as if speaking required conscious effort and concentration. The accent was unmistakably Dutch, with regional inflections that suggested someone who had grown up in the same general area where I lived and worked. This wasn't some exotic predator that had wandered in from distant wilderness. This was something that belonged to the local ecosystem and understood the human communities that surrounded it. "I wanted to understand what was killing the sheep," I said, surprised by my own honesty. The official explanations didn't make sense. The creature moved closer, and I had to fight every instinct to avoid backing away. Its movement was fluid and controlled, but I could see the potential for explosive violence in every line of its muscular frame. When it spoke again, its voice carried a note of what might have been approval. "The officials prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. You are different. You seek truth, even when it frightens you." I gestured toward the sheep carcasses arranged around the clearing. "Why do you kill them like that? Why not just take what you need?" The creature followed my gaze to the systematically butchered animals, then looked back at me with an expression that was difficult to interpret. "I take exactly what I need, no more, no less. The arrangement is aesthetic preference." The casualness with which it discussed its killing methodology sent ice through my veins. This wasn't a wild animal acting on instinct. This was something that made conscious choices about how to conduct its predatory activities. The geometric arrangement of the bodies, the precise throat wounds, the careful selection of victims, all of it was the result of deliberate decision-making by something that understood both efficiency and symbolic meaning. "What are you?" I asked, though I wasn't certain I wanted to hear the answer. The creature was silent for a long moment, studying my face with an intensity that made me feel like a laboratory specimen. When it finally responded, its voice carried undertones of something that might have been sadness. "I am what happens when the line between human and animal becomes meaningless, when the needs of both must be satisfied in the same body." It gestured toward the human clothing beside the fire. "During the day, I work in an office in Utrecht. I attend meetings, complete spreadsheets, participate in the routines that define civilized existence. But when darkness comes, when the moon calls and the forest offers its gifts, I become what I was always meant to be." The revelation struck me with the force of physical blow. This wasn't some mythical creature or genetic anomaly. This was someone who lived a double existence, switching between human civilization and predatory wilderness as casually as changing clothes. The systematic nature of the sheep killings suddenly made perfect sense. Someone with human intelligence planning hunting operations using predatory capabilities that exceeded anything in the natural world. "How many of you are there?" I managed to ask. The creature's expression shifted to something that looked like amusement. "You assume I am part of a group? What makes you think I am not unique?" Before I could formulate a response, the creature's head snapped toward the forest behind me, its nostrils flaring as it detected something that was beyond my sensory capabilities. Its body language shifted instantly from conversational to predatory, every muscle tensing for immediate action. "Someone else is coming," it said, its voice dropping to a growl that contained more animal than human elements. Someone who means harm to both of us. I turned to look in the direction that had captured its attention, but my inferior senses detected nothing unusual. The forest appeared empty and silent, with no indication of approaching danger. But the creature's reaction was unmistakable. Whatever was approaching represented a threat significant enough to override its apparent willingness to continue our conversation. "You need to leave," the creature said, moving with liquid grace toward the human clothing beside the fire. "Now, before they realize you have seen me." "Who's coming?" I asked. But the creature was already beginning a transformation that defied biological possibility. Its posture shifted from upright to quadrupedal in seconds, its body seeming to compress and reshape itself for maximum speed and agility. The hands that had been manipulating cooking tools became paws capable of gripping terrain and propelling its body through dense undergrowth at incredible velocity. Most disturbing of all, its face elongated and became more wolf-like, though the intelligence in its eyes remained completely intact. "Government hunters," it said, its voice becoming increasingly distorted as its vocal cords adapted to a different configuration. "They have been tracking me for weeks. If they find you here, you will be eliminated as a witness." The casual way it discussed my potential murder focused my attention with terrifying clarity. This was no longer an encounter with an unusual predator. This was a situation involving human authorities who were willing to kill civilians to protect whatever secrets were associated with the creature's existence. "Run!" the creature commanded, its transformation now complete. "Follow the game trail northeast for 2 kilometers, then circle back to your bicycle using the main hiking path. Do not deviate from this route." I wanted to ask a dozen questions, to understand who these government hunters were and why they considered the creature important enough to justify murdering witnesses. But the sound of approaching vehicles, still distant but growing closer, provided all the motivation I needed to abandon my investigation and focus on survival. I turned and ran into the forest, following the creature's directions while my mind struggled to process everything I had witnessed. Behind me, I could hear the systematic destruction of the campsite as the creature eliminated evidence of its human-like activities. The fire was extinguished, the cooking equipment hidden or destroyed, and the sheep carcasses dragged into positions that would suggest normal predatory behavior rather than the calculated butchering I had observed. The game trail was barely visible in the darkness, but my months of nocturnal exploration had trained me to navigate by subtle visual cues that most people would miss entirely. I moved as quickly as stealth would allow, pausing frequently to listen for sounds of pursuit, while trying to maintain the northeast bearing that would eventually lead me back to familiar territory. After 20 minutes of careful movement, I heard the first gunshots. 3 rapid reports from high-powered rifles, followed by shouting voices that carried through the forest, despite the acoustic dampening effect of dense foliage. The voices were speaking Dutch, but with the clipped professional tone of military or law enforcement personnel conducting a coordinated operation. More gunshots, spaced at irregular intervals as if the shooters were tracking a moving target through difficult terrain. I forced myself to continue following the creature's prescribed route, despite every instinct screaming at me to either flee in the opposite direction or return to help something that had shown me unexpected mercy. 20 minutes later, the forest fell silent. I reached my bicycle without encountering any of the government hunters, though I discovered fresh tire tracks from military-style vehicles that had been driven to within a few hundred meters of the forest edge. The operation had been planned and executed with professional efficiency, suggesting resources and authority that went far beyond local law enforcement capabilities. During the ride home, I struggled with the implications of everything I had witnessed. The creature's casual admission that it worked in an office in Utrecht meant that it was integrated into normal human society in ways that made detection almost impossible. Its knowledge of government pursuit suggested that whatever agency was hunting it had been conducting operations for an extended period. Most disturbing of all, its willingness to murder witnesses indicated that the stakes involved were high enough to justify extreme measures. By the time I reached my apartment, one fact had become crystal clear. I was now involved in something that was far more dangerous than I had ever imagined, and there was no possibility of returning to my previous life of simple woodland exploration and amateur investigation. The hunt had found me. The next 3 days passed in a state of hypervigilant tension that left me unable to eat, sleep, or focus on anything beyond the constant expectation of discovery. Every knock on my apartment door, every unexpected phone call, every unmarked vehicle parked on my street became a potential sign that the government hunters had identified me as a witness requiring elimination. I called in sick to work, claiming a severe case of food poisoning that would keep me home for the remainder of the week. Ingrid's irritated response suggested that my job security was becoming precarious, but employment concerns seemed trivial compared to the possibility that armed professionals might be tracking my movements and monitoring my communications. My apartment became a fortress of paranoia. I installed additional locks on the doors, covered the windows with newspapers to prevent surveillance from neighboring buildings, and moved my sleeping area to the bathroom where there were no external windows that could provide sniper angles. My police scanner ran constantly, monitoring emergency frequencies for any reports of unusual activity in the forest regions, where I had been conducting my investigations. But it was the local news coverage that truly confirmed the scope of what I had witnessed. On the morning of September 18th, exactly 3 days after my encounter with the creature, the regional television station ran a brief story about a training exercise conducted by an unnamed government agency in the forests near the German border. The report featured carefully edited footage of military vehicles and armed personnel, but provided no details about the nature of the training or the specific agencies involved. More significant was what the report didn't mention. No acknowledgement of the gunshots that had echoed through the forest, no explanation for why a training exercise would require live ammunition, and no discussion of what, if anything, had been the target of the operation. The sanitized, information-free nature of the coverage suggested official control over what details were allowed to reach the public. The local newspaper's coverage was even more revealing in its deliberate vagueness. A single paragraph buried on page 7 mentioned that wildlife management specialists had been conducting routine population surveys in the affected area, with no mention of the military-style vehicles or armed personnel that I had observed. The story concluded with a statement that the surveys had been completed successfully and that normal public access to the forest would resume within a few days. I spent hours analyzing every word of these reports, searching for coded messages or hidden meanings that might reveal the true nature of the operation. The terminology was too carefully chosen, too deliberately non-specific, to be anything other than an official cover story designed to explain away activities that the public couldn't be allowed to understand. My attempts to research the creature's claims about working in Utrecht led to disturbing discoveries about the nature of professional life in the Netherlands. Over 40,000 people commuted daily from the surrounding rural areas to office jobs in the city, making it virtually impossible to identify one individual among such a massive population. More troubling was my realization that someone capable of switching between human and predatory forms could maintain a double existence indefinitely without detection, especially if they possessed the intelligence to carefully manage their hunting activities. The systematic nature of the sheep killings took on new meaning when viewed through this perspective. Rather than random predatory behavior, the killings represented calculated operations designed to satisfy biological needs while minimizing the risk of exposure. The creature had been managing its dual existence with the same professional competence it apparently brought to its office work, balancing the requirements of both identities with careful planning and execution. But my investigation had disrupted this balance, forcing the creature into direct contact with someone who could potentially expose its existence to authorities who were already tracking its activities. My months of amateur detective work had inadvertently triggered a confrontation that could have resulted in both our deaths. On the 4th day after my encounter, I made a decision that required more courage than anything I had done during my years of nocturnal forest exploration. I returned to the woods. The clearing where I had witnessed the creature's campsite showed no evidence that anything unusual had ever occurred there. The fire pit had been completely dismantled, the stones scattered to create the appearance of natural geological formation. The areas where sheep carcasses had been arranged showed no traces of blood or disturbance, suggesting professional-level crime scene cleanup that had eliminated every possible piece of physical evidence. But the most significant discovery came when I examined the tree line around the clearing with the systematic thoroughness that my months of investigation had taught me. Buried beneath a thin layer of leaves and forest debris, I found 3 spent rifle cartridges from high-powered hunting rifles. The brass casings were clean and unmarked, suggesting military or law enforcement ammunition rather than civilian hunting supplies. The placement of the cartridges told a story that chilled me to the bone. They formed a rough triangle around the clearing, indicating that the shooters had positioned themselves to create a kill zone with overlapping fields of fire. This hadn't been a tracking operation or an attempt at capture. This had been an execution squad positioned to eliminate their target with overwhelming firepower. But there was no blood, no drag marks, no indication that their target had been hit or killed during the operation. Either the creature had escaped the trap, or it possessed capabilities that made it effectively immune to conventional weapons. I spent 2 hours searching the surrounding area for additional evidence, following game trails and examining every tree and rock formation for signs of the creature's passage. What I found suggested that the government hunters had been correct about one thing. Their target possessed abilities that transcended normal biological limitations, claw marks on tree trunks at heights that would require superhuman jumping ability, footprints in soft earth that showed a stride length indicating movement at speeds that should have been impossible for any terrestrial animal. Most disturbing of all, areas where the vegetation had been disturbed in patterns that suggested the creature had been moving through the canopy, traveling from tree to tree at heights where ground-based pursuit would be impossible. The evidence painted a picture of something that could switch between human intelligence and predatory capabilities as circumstances required, adapting its behavior and physical abilities to match the threats it faced. The government hunters weren't simply tracking an unusual animal. They were pursuing something that could outthink them, outmaneuver them, and disappear into environments where their technology and training provided no advantages. As I prepared to leave the forest and return to the illusion of safety that my apartment provided, I discovered one final piece of evidence that confirmed my worst fears about the scope of the situation I had become involved in. A small piece of paper, folded and wedged into the bark of a tree at exactly eye level for someone of my height. Inside, written in precise handwriting that could have belonged to any office worker in Utrecht, was a message that made my hands shake as I read it. They know about you now. Change your patterns, vary your routines, and trust no one in official positions. We may need to help each other survive what is coming. 6 months have passed since that night in the forest, and I am no longer the same person who began this investigation with the naive assumption that truth-seeking was a harmless intellectual exercise. The knowledge I have gained has transformed me in ways that go far beyond simple education. It has fundamentally altered my understanding of reality and my place within a world that operates according to rules far more complex and dangerous than I had ever imagined. My life has become a carefully orchestrated performance designed to create the appearance of normalcy while concealing the truth that I am living under constant surveillance by forces that consider my continued existence a potential threat to national security. Every conversation is monitored, every movement tracked, every relationship analyzed for signs that I might be sharing information that could compromise operations I am not supposed to know exist. The transformation began with small changes that seemed insignificant until their cumulative effect became undeniable. My work performance, already deteriorating due to my nocturnal investigations, collapsed entirely as I struggled to concentrate on spreadsheets and quarterly reports while knowing that something capable of switching between human and predatory forms was sitting in an office somewhere in Utrecht, participating in the same mundane routines that had once defined my own existence. Ingrid called me into her office on a gray Tuesday morning in November, her expression carrying the satisfied look of someone who had been anticipating this moment for months. "Your productivity has declined to unacceptable levels," she announced, sliding a termination letter across her desk with barely concealed relief. "We're letting you go, effective immediately." I signed the paperwork without protest, knowing that unemployment would actually make surveillance of my activities more difficult for whoever was monitoring my daily routines. The loss of income was manageable. I had been living frugally for years, and my expenses were minimal compared to the value of maintaining operational security in an environment where a single mistake could result in my permanent disappearance. My apartment became a research facility dedicated to understanding the scope and nature of the forces that I had inadvertently discovered. Using techniques learned from conspiracy theory websites and counterintelligence manuals available online, I swept for listening devices and found 3 professionally installed bugs in locations that would capture conversations throughout my living space. Rather than removing them, I began feeding false information through carefully staged phone calls and conversations with imaginary visitors. The official surveillance was clumsy and obvious, suggesting either overconfidence or a deliberate strategy designed to make me aware of their presence. Unmarked vehicles parked outside my building for extended periods, the same individuals appearing in coffee shops and grocery stores where I conducted my daily business, and phone calls that featured suspicious delays and background noise indicating third-party monitoring. But the creature's surveillance was far more sophisticated. Items in my apartment were moved by millimeters, rearranged in ways that would be undetectable to official observers, but clearly visible to someone who knew exactly how everything had been positioned before leaving. Food disappeared from my refrigerator in quantities too small to represent normal consumption, but precise enough to indicate deliberate sampling. Most unnervingly, I would occasionally detect scents that didn't belong to my normal environment. The same musky, wild odor that I had encountered during our meeting in the forest. The message became clear. I was being protected by something that could enter my apartment at will, monitor my activities with supernatural precision, and eliminate any threats to my safety before I became aware of their existence. The government hunters might be watching my building, but they would never reach my apartment while the creature considered me an asset worth preserving. Communication between us developed through a system of coded messages that exploited the very surveillance network that was supposed to prevent unauthorized contact. Library books would be returned to shelves with specific pages marked, indicating meeting times and locations. Graffiti would appear on walls along my regular walking routes, providing updates on the status of the hunting operations and warnings about areas that had become too dangerous for civilian access. The most detailed information came through newspaper clippings that appeared in my mailbox, articles from regional publications that reported on events that seemed unrelated until viewed through the lens of knowledge that I possessed about the true nature of the situation. Stories about unexplained livestock deaths, reports of unusual wildlife behavior, and brief mentions of government research projects that provided fragments of a larger picture. The scope of the hunting operations was far more extensive than I had initially understood. At least 7 different agencies were involved in tracking and elimination efforts that spanned multiple countries across Northern Europe. The creature I had encountered was not unique. It was part of a population that had been carefully monitored and systematically reduced through operations that were never acknowledged in official records. But the hunters were not winning. Reports filtered through the coded communication system indicating that their targets possessed adaptive capabilities that rendered traditional tracking and elimination methods increasingly ineffective. Creatures that had survived initial assassination attempts became more difficult to locate and more dangerous to pursue. Some had begun working together, sharing information and coordinating activities in ways that suggested organizational capabilities beyond what their hunters had anticipated. The most disturbing revelation came through a newspaper clipping about a training accident at a military facility in Germany. 3 soldiers had been killed during a classified exercise, their bodies found in a condition that suggested attack by large predators. The official explanation blamed equipment malfunction and poor safety protocols, but the creature's marginalia noted that the soldiers had been part of a specialized hunting unit that had been tracking its activities for over a year. The war was escalating, and I was caught in the middle with knowledge that made me valuable to both sides while ensuring that neither could afford to let me live if the conflict reached a decisive phase. My response was to become someone that neither side could predict or control. I moved out of my apartment using cash transactions and false identities to rent a series of short-term accommodations that made surveillance difficult to maintain. I varied my daily routines according to random patterns that prevented the establishment of trackable behaviors. Most importantly, I began documenting everything I had learned about the situation, creating multiple copies of my account that were hidden in locations that would ensure eventual disclosure if I disappeared. This document represents my insurance policy against elimination by forces that prefer to operate in secrecy. It contains enough specific information to compromise hunting operations while revealing the existence of capabilities that governments have been desperately trying to keep classified. Neither the official hunters nor their targets can afford to let this information become public, which means that my survival depends on maintaining a delicate balance that keeps both sides invested in my continued silence. But I am no longer content to remain a passive observer of events that will determine the future relationship between human civilization and forces that exist outside our normal understanding of the natural world. The creature was right when it observed that I seek truth even when it frightens me. The truth I have discovered is that we share our world with intelligence that operates according to different rules, and the attempts to suppress or eliminate that intelligence may be creating conditions for a conflict that could destroy the comfortable illusions that define modern society. I write this account not as a warning, but as preparation for a future where the boundaries between human and animal, between civilized and wild, between possible and impossible, will be redrawn by forces that we are only beginning to understand. The sheep killings were never random acts of predation. They were messages intended for those wise enough to recognize that something new was announcing its presence in our world. The hunt continues, but the roles of predator and prey are no longer as clear as they once seemed. And in the forests of the Dutch-German border, where ancient shadows move between the trees, and modern surveillance technology fails to penetrate the deepest wilderness, the future is being written by intelligence that humanity has not yet learned to recognize or respect. I am no longer simply a witness to these events. I have become a participant in a story that will determine whether our species has the wisdom to adapt to a world far more complex and dangerous than we ever imagined, or whether our insistence on maintaining comfortable lives will lead us into a conflict that we cannot possibly win. The choice, as always, belongs to those brave enough to seek truth, regardless of the consequences. The woods are waiting. I hadn't spent much time with my father since Mom died 3 years ago. Truthfully, I hadn't spent much time with him before that either. Gerald Brennan was the kind of father you admired from a distance, and that distance usually felt like the span of a continent. He spent most of my childhood overseas, a career Army Ranger known for his ability to survive in conditions most people wouldn't willingly visit. When he finally retired at 52, he didn't settle down into some quiet civilian life. Instead, he chose to teach wilderness navigation and survival to other soldiers, contractors, and the occasional paying civilian who wanted to test themselves against nature's indifference. My mother loved him, though I'm not sure she ever fully understood him. She used to say he carried the mountains inside him, that even when he was home, part of him was always walking some distant trail. After she passed from cancer in the spring of 2018, we became two people orbiting a painful silence, connected by grief but unable to bridge the gap it created between us. When he called me that August and suggested a week-long trek through Wyoming's Wind River Range, I almost said no. My life in Seattle felt safe, predictable. I had my graphic design work, my small apartment overlooking Pike Place Market, my routine. The idea of spending 7 days in the wilderness with a man I barely knew how to talk to felt overwhelming. But something in his voice stopped me, a gentle vulnerability I hadn't heard before, a quiet plea hidden beneath his usual stoic tone. "I think we should do this, Bridget," he'd said, "before it's too late, before we forget how." So I agreed. I flew into Riverton on a Thursday morning in mid-September 2021. The air already carried that sharp bite of autumn, the kind that warns you winter isn't far behind. Dad picked me up in his old Ford pickup, the same truck he'd driven since I was in high school. We didn't talk much during the 2-hour drive to the Elkhart Park trailhead. He pointed out landmarks occasionally, a ridge where he'd seen a mountain lion once, a valley where he'd trained a group of Marines in winter survival. I nodded and watched the landscape change from high desert scrub to dense pine forests, feeling my stomach tighten with each mile. The ranger station at the trailhead was a small log structure, weathered and worn. A young ranger, couldn't have been more than 25, stopped us as we were checking our permits. His name tag read Stevens. "Heading up to Bonneville Basin?" he asked, studying our route map. "That's the plan," Dad replied. Stevens frowned, tapping his pen against the clipboard. "Just so you're aware, we've had increased bear activity this year. 2 grizzly sightings in the last month around Island Lake. Also, Weather Service is calling for possible early snow. Could hit as early as this weekend." I felt my anxiety spike, but Dad just nodded calmly. "We're prepared." "I'm sure you are," Stephen said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "Just be careful up there. We had a hiker go missing in this area a few years back. Never found any trace of him. These mountains don't forgive mistakes." The words hung in the air as we shouldered our packs and headed for the trail. I wanted to ask Dad about the missing hiker, but something about his expression, distant, troubled, kept me quiet. The first 2 days passed in a blur of physical exertion and mounting discomfort. My body, softened by too many hours at a desk, protested every uphill climb. The pack straps dug into my shoulders, rubbing the skin raw despite the padding. My feet developed blisters that burst and reformed. Each night I collapsed into my sleeping bag, too exhausted even to eat much of the freeze-dried meals Dad prepared. But there was beauty too, I had to admit. The landscape was stunning in its vastness, towering granite peaks that seemed to scrape the sky, meadows of alpine grass golden in the afternoon sun, lakes so clear you could see trout swimming 20 feet down. Dad moved through it all with practiced ease, his 55-year-old body still strong and capable. He pointed out animal tracks, showed me which plants were edible, which weren't. Sometimes he'd stop and just stand still, listening to sounds I couldn't hear, reading messages in the landscape I couldn't see. It reminded me how little I really knew him, how much of his life had been spent in places like this, far from the suburban home where I'd grown up. By day 3, we'd crossed Island Lake and were making our way toward Bonneville Basin. The trail narrowed, becoming rockier, more challenging. My calves burned with each step. I focused on Dad's back moving steadily ahead of me, using it as a fixed point to keep going. It was approaching noon when he stopped abruptly. I nearly walked into him. "What is it?" I asked, breathing hard. He didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on something off the main trail, his body tense in a way that made my skin prickle. "Game trail," he finally said, his voice quiet. "Want to see where it leads?" I sighed, loud enough for him to hear, but he ignored it. Without another word, he stepped off the established path and into a stand of lodgepole pines so dense the sunlight barely penetrated. The temperature dropped immediately, the air heavy with the smell of rotting wood and damp earth. "Dad, maybe we should stick to the main trail," I called after him. But he was already 20 yards ahead, moving with purpose. I had no choice but to follow. The game trail, we'd gone maybe a quarter mile when Dad stopped again. This time, my breath caught in my throat. There, tucked against a rocky slope beneath a canopy of dying pines, stood a structure that made my stomach turn. Calling it a shelter felt too generous. It was more like a nightmare given physical form. The walls were constructed from elk antlers and bones, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They'd been lashed together with what looked like sinew and wire, creating a framework about 8 feet tall and equally wide. Between the bones were pieces of rotting wood, branches, and what I realized with growing horror were more bones, smaller ones. Some looked like they might have come from deer or sheep. Others were unmistakably human. I could see a femur, yellow with age, wedged between 2 antlers. What might have been ribs formed a kind of lattice on one side, and worst of all, scattered throughout like terrible decorations, were skulls, animal and human. The human ones had been placed deliberately, facing outward, their empty eye sockets seeming to watch us. "Oh God," I whispered, taking an involuntary step back. Dad moved closer, his face pale but determined. He knelt by one of the wooden support beams, studying it carefully. His hand reached out, fingers trembling slightly, then jerked back as if he'd been burned. "Dad?" My voice sounded small, childlike. He didn't respond. Instead, he leaned in closer, and I watched his face transform from concern to horror. Slowly, he stood and beckoned me forward. "No," I said. "I don't want to. Bridget, look." The tone of his voice left no room for argument. On shaking legs, I approached and looked where he was pointing. Embedded in the wood grain were teeth, human teeth, not just 1 or 2, but dozens of them pressed into the weathered timber like grotesque ornaments. Some were still white, others yellowed with age. I could see the roots, whole and intact, forced deep into the soft wood. My stomach lurched. I turned away and vomited, the contents of my breakfast splashing onto the forest floor. When I finished, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I found Dad standing rigid, his eyes scanning the structure with terrible intensity. "We need to leave," I said, my voice hoarse. "Right now." He nodded slowly, but his gaze lingered on the structure a moment longer. "Someone built this," he said quietly. "Someone spent time here, a lot of time." "I don't care," I said, panic rising in my chest. "Please, Dad, let's go." This time he listened. We turned and walked quickly back toward the main trail, moving faster than caution would normally dictate. Branches whipped against my face. I stumbled over roots but kept moving, driven by a primal need to put distance between us and that terrible place. Neither of us spoke as we hiked. The afternoon sun seemed too bright after the gloom of those twisted pines. I kept glancing back, convinced I'd see someone following us, but the trail remained empty. We didn't stop until we'd put nearly 2 miles between us and the structure. Dad chose a campsite on a small rise overlooking a glacial stream, the water milky with sediment, rushing fast and cold over smooth stones. The location offered good visibility in all directions, something I now understood was deliberate. We set up camp in tense silence. Every sound made me jump. The snap of a twig as Dad gathered firewood, the cry of a hawk overhead. My own breathing seemed too loud in my ears. As dusk settled over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange, Dad finally spoke. "I need to tell you something," he said, feeding another branch into our fire. The flames cast dancing shadows across his weathered face. "About this area." I pulled my jacket tighter, though the cold I felt had nothing to do with the temperature. "What about it?" He was quiet for a long moment, staring into the flames. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something I'd never heard from him before. Something that might have been fear. 6 years ago, in the fall of 2015, a man named Henry Garrison went missing up here. He was a sergeant in my old unit. One of the best soldiers I ever served with. He'd come out here alone, said he needed time to think, to process some things from our deployment. We'd all done that, used these mountains as a kind of therapy. When he didn't show up for his sister's wedding 2 weeks later, they sent search and rescue teams. Nothing. Not a trace. No gear. No body. Nothing. I watched the firelight play across his features, seeing the pain there. "That's horrible. But that wasn't the only one," he interrupted. "Over the next few years, 3 more men from our unit vanished in these mountains, always alone, always without a trace. Different times of year, different trails, but all within a 20-mile radius of where we are right now." The fire crackled, sending up sparks that disappeared into the darkness. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I didn't think," he trailed off, shaking his head. "I thought it was coincidence, bad luck. These mountains are dangerous. People get lost, fall, encounter animals. The official reports all said different things. Exposure, animal attack. One was ruled a probable suicide. I wanted to believe that. And now?" His eyes met mine, and what I saw there terrified me more than the structure had. Now I'm not sure what to believe. We sat in silence after that. The only sounds the rushing water and the occasional pop from the fire. I wanted to suggest we leave immediately, hike out tonight using our headlamps, but I knew that would be even more dangerous. So I stayed quiet, feeding the fire, watching the darkness gather at the edges of our small circle of light. I must have dozed off, because I jolted awake to Dad's hand on my shoulder. His finger was pressed to his lips, his eyes wide and alert. My heart immediately began racing. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the light padding of an animal, but heavy, deliberate sounds. Boots on stone and dirt, circling our camp slowly, methodically, staying just beyond the firelight. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped breathing. Dad's hand moved to the hunting knife at his belt, his body coiled and ready. We sat frozen, listening as whatever it was completed one full circle around us, then another. The steps were measured, patient, almost casual. Then they stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, feel sweat forming on my palms despite the cold. Dad slowly turned his head, scanning the darkness, but there was nothing to see, just black shapes of trees and rocks. Anything could have been hiding there. We waited like that for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes. Eventually, Dad relaxed slightly, though he didn't take his hand off the knife. "We leave at first light," he whispered. "Pack everything. We're getting out of here." I nodded, not trusting my voice. Neither of us slept that night. Dawn came slowly, the sky lightening to gray before finally revealing the sun. I'd never been so grateful to see daylight. We moved quickly, rolling up sleeping bags, breaking down the tent, packing gear with practiced efficiency born of urgency. It was Dad who noticed first. He'd walked to the edge of our campsite to retrieve the water bottles we'd left cooling in the stream. I heard him stop, heard his sharp intake of breath. "Bridget," he called, his voice strange. "Come here." I approached cautiously, my legs stiff from sitting tensed all night. Dad was standing perfectly still, staring down at something on a flat rock at the stream's edge. Boots. Military-issue jungle boots, the kind soldiers wore in humid climates. They were old, the leather cracked and faded, the soles nearly worn through. They'd been placed carefully, side by side, toes pointing toward our camp. Dad knelt slowly, reaching out with one shaking hand. He picked up the left boot, turning it over. His face went white. "What?" I demanded, my voice shrill. "What is it?" He pointed to the inside of the boot, where someone had written in permanent marker, "H. Garrison 2014. The name from last night, Henry Garrison. The first man to disappear. "Someone put these here," I said, stating the obvious because I couldn't process the implications. I couldn't finish the sentence. Dad set the boot down carefully, as if it were made of glass. His hands were shaking. "Someone was close enough to leave these right next to our camp and we never saw them. Never heard anything after those footsteps stopped." "Maybe they were already here," I suggested weakly. "Maybe we didn't notice them before." We both knew that was a lie. Dad had examined every inch of our campsite before setting up. These boots had been left deliberately, placed as a message. But what message? Dad stood abruptly. "Pack faster. We're leaving now." "Shouldn't we take the boots as evidence?" He looked at me like I'd suggested walking back to that bone structure. "No, we're not taking anything from this place. We're getting out and reporting this to the Rangers. Let them handle it." We finished packing in record time, our movements jerky with barely controlled panic. As I shouldered my pack, I made the mistake of looking back toward the stream, toward those boots sitting innocently on the rock. And I saw something else. 20 yards upstream, partially hidden behind a boulder, something had been stacked. I squinted, trying to make sense of the shape in the early morning light. More bones, animal skulls arranged in a careful pyramid, topped with what looked sickeningly like a human pelvis. "Don't look," Dad said sharply, grabbing my arm. "Just walk, now." We started down the trail, moving fast, almost jogging despite the weight of our packs. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. The structure, the boots, the bones. Someone was out here. Someone who'd killed or at least collected human remains. Someone who knew about Dad's old unit. Someone who was watching us right now. That last thought made me stumble. I caught myself, but the damage was done. The certainty that we were being observed, studied, followed, settled over me like a shroud. We hiked for 2 hours without stopping, putting miles between us and that campsite. The sun climbed higher, warming the air, but I couldn't stop shivering. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every sound, a bird call, the wind in the pines, the distant rush of water made me flinch. Finally, Dad stopped at a small clearing and consulted his GPS. He frowned, studying the screen. "What?" I asked. "We're not where we should be," he said slowly. "This trail, I don't recognize this section." "What do you mean? We've been following the marked trail." "I thought we were." He turned in a slow circle, his experienced eyes reading the landscape. "But something's wrong. This isn't right." A cold realization settled over me. "We're lost." "Not lost," he corrected, but his voice held no confidence. "Just turned around somehow." He consulted the GPS again, then pointed to a ridge to our east. "We need to head that direction. Should hit the main trail in about a mile." We started walking again, this time through unmarked terrain. The ground was rougher here, forcing us to navigate around boulders and deadfall. My ankles ached from the uneven footing, sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cool air. That's when we smelled the smoke. Faint at first, just a hint of burning wood on the breeze. We both stopped simultaneously, our heads turning toward the source. There to the north, a thin column of gray smoke rose from somewhere in the valley we'd left that morning. The smoke was coming from the direction of our last campsite. "Could be the Rangers," I said hopefully. "Maybe someone reported." "No." Dad's voice was flat. "That's not a campfire. That's too much smoke. Something's burning." We stood there watching as the smoke thickened, becoming darker, more substantial. Even from miles away, I could tell it was a substantial fire. After several minutes, it began to dissipate, as if whatever had been burning had been consumed. Dad's jaw tightened. "Let's keep moving." By mid-afternoon, we'd found our way back to the main trail. Dad's navigation skills, honed by years of training, had gotten us through the confusion, but the relief I felt was short-lived. We stopped for a brief water break, and I walked a short distance from the trail to refill our bottles at a small stream that bubbled up from between rocks. I knelt, unscrewing the cap of my bottle, when movement in my peripheral vision made me freeze. Slowly, very slowly, I raised my eyes to the ridge above us. A figure stood there, silhouetted against the bright afternoon sky. Even at this distance, maybe 200 yards, I could tell something was wrong with its proportions. Too tall, too thin, arms that hung too long at its sides. It stood perfectly still, watching us. "Dad," I breathed, not daring to move. Above us. I heard his footsteps approaching, felt him stop beside me. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We just stared at the figure on the ridge. Then, in a movement that seemed impossible from something so far away, it lifted one of those two long arms and pointed directly at us. The gesture was deliberate, unmistakable. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, forgetting Dad's preference for God in my terror. "Back to the trail," Dad said quietly, his hand finding my shoulder. "Slowly. Don't run." We backed away together, never taking our eyes off the figure. It remained motionless, that arm still extended, pointing, accusing, claiming. When we reached the trail, Dad risked looking away to check our position on the GPS. "There's a ranger station about 8 miles from here. If we push hard, we can make it before dark." "What about?" I gestured toward the ridge, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. The empty space where it had stood felt worse than its presence had. "We run," Dad said. We didn't actually run. The terrain was too dangerous, the packs too heavy. But we moved faster than was safe, practically jogging down the trail. I barely noticed the burn in my legs or the ache in my shoulders. All I could think about was that figure, those impossible proportions, the way it had pointed at us. The sun began its descent toward the western peaks, shadows lengthening across the trail. The temperature dropped rapidly. My breath came in visible puffs as I struggled to keep pace with Dad. Then we heard them. Whistles. High-pitched, piercing sounds that echoed strangely off the rocks. They seemed to come from multiple directions at once, though that should have been impossible. The sounds weren't quite human, but weren't quite animal either. They reminded me of those videos I'd seen of people imitating bird calls, but wrong somehow, distorted, mocking. "Don't stop," Dad commanded, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Don't look back." The whistles continued, sometimes close, sometimes distant. They seemed to be moving parallel to the trail, keeping pace with us. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the trees, a flash of something pale too quick to focus on. My lungs burned, my legs felt like they were made of lead, but I kept moving, driven by pure terror. Darkness came faster than it should have, the sun dropping behind the peaks and plunging the trail into deep twilight. Dad pulled out his headlamp, the beam cutting through the gloom. I did the same, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The whistles had stopped, replaced by something worse. Footsteps, heavy, rhythmic, matching our pace, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, sometimes to our sides. It felt like we were being herded, driven toward some unseen destination. "There," Dad said suddenly, pointing ahead. "Clearing." I saw it too, an open area maybe 100 yards ahead where the trees thinned. Beyond it, if my memory of the map was correct, should be the ranger station. We pushed harder, ignoring our exhausted bodies. The footsteps behind us grew louder, more urgent. Something was closing in. We broke into the clearing at a near sprint. My pack bounced painfully against my back. My ankle twisted on a rock, sending pain shooting up my leg, but I didn't slow down. Behind us, the forest erupted with sound. Crashing, breaking branches. Something large moving fast. "There!" I screamed, seeing the ranger station ahead. A small wooden building with solar panels on the roof and a truck parked outside. Lights were on inside. We covered the last 100 yards in seconds that felt like hours. Dad reached the door first, pounding on it with his fist. "Open up, emergency." The door opened almost immediately. The young ranger from the trailhead, Stevens, stood there in his uniform, his eyes going wide as he took in our appearance. We must have looked insane, covered in sweat and dirt, gasping for breath, our eyes wild with fear. "What happened?" he demanded, ushering us inside. "Are you injured?" Dad was bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. I looked back at the forest we'd just escaped from, my headlamp beam sweeping across the trees. For just a moment, I saw it. The figure from the ridge, standing at the forest's edge, barely illuminated by our lights. Tall, impossibly thin, covered in something pale. And even though I couldn't make out details, couldn't see a face, I knew it was looking directly at me. Then Stevens closed the door, and the moment was broken. "You need to call for help," Dad managed between gasps. "There's someone out there, someone dangerous." Stevens looked between us, clearly trying to assess if we were hysterical or actually in danger. "Okay," he said slowly. "Let's start from the beginning. What exactly did you see?" Over the next hour, we told him everything. The bone structure, the boots, the figure on the ridge, the pursuit. Stevens listened carefully, taking notes, his expression growing more serious with each detail. When we finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up his radio. "I'm calling this in. Search and rescue needs to know." And he paused, meeting Dad's eyes. "You're not the first to report strange things in that area. 3 separate reports in the last year. Hikers seeing figures, hearing whistles, finding things." "Things?" I echoed. "Arrangements of bones, personal items belonging to missing hikers. One couple found a pile of clothing in the middle of the trail, all of it from different people, different years." He shook his head. "We've had teams sweep the area twice, never found anything." Dad's voice was hard. "Someone built a structure out of human remains. That's not nothing." "I believe you," Stevens said quickly. "That's why I'm calling this in tonight." "But," he hesitated, "you should know. That area where you said you found the structure, it burned last year. Wildfire. Took out about 50 acres. Nothing standing there anymore." I felt the room spin slightly. "That's impossible. We saw it this morning." Stevens looked uncomfortable. "I'm just telling you what the records say. We spent that night in the ranger station. Neither of us willing to go back out into the darkness. Stevens let us use spare bunks in the back room, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure pointing at us, saw those teeth embedded in wood, saw those boots sitting on the rock like an offering." The next morning, a search and rescue team went out to investigate our reports. Dad and I waited in the station, drinking bad coffee and watching the mountains through the window. They returned at dusk, their faces grim. "We found evidence of a recent fire," the team leader reported. "Exactly where you described your campsite. Also found the rock where you said the boots were, but no boots, no bones either." "What about the structure?" Dad demanded. "The bone shelter?" The team leader exchanged glances with his colleagues. "We found the location based on your GPS coordinates. The area shows signs of an old burn, probably from that wildfire last year. But," he paused, "there were some strange things. We found several piles of bones scattered around the area, all animal as far as we could tell, but arranged deliberately, and we found this." He held up an evidence bag. Inside was a military patch, the same unit insignia Dad had worn, the same one his missing friends had worn. Dad took the bag with shaking hands, staring at the patch as if it might explain everything. "We're launching a full investigation," the team leader said. FBI will probably get involved given the possible human remains you described. We're treating this as a potential serial crime scene, but I could tell from his tone he didn't expect to find anything conclusive. These mountains had already proven they knew how to keep secrets. We left Wyoming the next day. Dad drove us back to Riverton in silence, and I flew home to Seattle that afternoon. We didn't talk about what happened, didn't try to make sense of it. What was there to say? In the months that followed, I checked the news obsessively. There were brief reports of an investigation in the Wind River Range, mentions of possible foul play, appeals for information about the missing soldiers, but nothing came of it. Eventually, the story faded from the news cycle, replaced by fresher tragedies. Dad stopped taking groups into the mountains. He sold his guiding business and moved to Spokane, taking a job teaching basic survival skills at a community college. We talked more often after that, but we never discussed the Wind River Range. It sat between us like a ghost, present but unspoken. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that figure on the ridge. I try to convince myself it was just a hiker, that the perspective and distance distorted its appearance. I try to believe the bone structure was old, predating the wildfire, and that our traumatized minds filled in details that weren't really there. But then I remember those boots, Henry Garrison's boots, placed carefully beside our camp. I remember the whistles echoing through the forest, and I remember the way that figure pointed at us, claiming us, marking us as its own. 2 years later, I received a package from Dad. Inside was the military patch the search team had found, now framed behind glass. Below it, in his precise handwriting, was a note: Blood Ridge, N42 14 Chaplis. Remember. I hung it on my wall, though I'm not sure why. Maybe as a reminder that there are places in this world where human civilization has no purchase, where something else holds dominion. Maybe as a warning to never forget what we encountered in those mountains. Or maybe because some part of me, the part that still sees that figure in my dreams, still hears those whistles in moments of quiet, knows we were marked that day. And that whatever lurks in the Wind River Range hasn't forgotten us either. Last month I learned that another hiker had gone missing in that area. A former Marine, hiking alone, last seen heading toward Bonneville Basin. The search was called off after 2 weeks. They never found a trace. I keep the frame on my wall and try not to think about those mountains. But on certain nights when the wind sounds just right and the shadows fall at particular angles, I remember. And I wonder if somewhere in those vast, indifferent peaks, someone or something is remembering too. Waiting, watching, pointing at the next visitor who strays too far from the marked trail. For 15 years I'd been leading hiking groups through those mountains, and I thought I'd seen everything the wilderness had to offer. Every Saturday from April through October, I'd take groups of 8 to 12 people along the same network of trails, pointing out wildlife, teaching them about the local flora, and making sure nobody twisted an ankle on the rocky paths. The work was predictable, safe, and honest. I liked it that way. That particular Saturday in late July started like any other. My group consisted of 9 people, mostly office workers from the city, looking to spend their weekend breathing fresh air instead of recycled office ventilation. There was a married couple in their 50s, 3 younger women who worked together and were constantly taking photos, 2 brothers in their 30s trying to one-up each other with their hiking gear, and a quiet guy in his 40s who kept to himself. Standard group. Normal people looking for a normal experience. We set out at 8 in the morning, the temperature already climbing into the 70s. The sky was cloudless, that deep blue you only get in the mountains during summer. The trail wound through a mixed forest of pine and aspen, and every so often we'd break through the tree cover to see the valley spreading out below us, patchwork farms and the occasional roof glinting in the sunlight. I led them at an easy pace, stopping every 20 minutes or so to let the slower hikers catch their breath. I pointed out a red-tailed hawk circling overhead, showed them fresh deer tracks in the soft earth at the trail's edge, and explained how to identify poison oak so they'd know to avoid it. The group was in good spirits, laughing and chatting among themselves. One of the brothers made a joke about the other one's expensive hiking boots already giving him blisters. Everyone laughed. It was exactly the kind of day I'd led 1,000 times before. By 11:30 we'd covered about 4 miles, and I could see some of them starting to flag. The sun was strong now, and even in the shade of the trees the heat was building. Time for our scheduled break at Clearwater Stream, or at least that's what the local outfitters had always called it. The stream ran year-round, fed by snowmelt from higher elevations, and the water was always cold and clean. I'd been bringing groups there for over a decade. "All right, folks, we're going to take a break here," I announced, gesturing to the stream ahead. The sound of running water was already audible, that pleasant burbling that promised relief from the heat. "Fill up your water bottles, splash some water on your faces, and we'll have lunch." The group practically rushed forward, dropping their packs with sighs of relief. The married couple immediately sat on a flat boulder, pulling out sandwiches. The 3 women headed straight for the water, kneeling at the edge to dip their hands in and squeal about how cold it was. The brothers started arguing about whose fancy water filtration system was better. The quiet guy sat alone against a tree, methodically unpacking his lunch. I watched them for a moment, doing my usual head count and making sure everyone was accounted for. 9 people, all present, all safe, good. I pulled out my own water bottle and took a long drink, then grabbed an energy bar from my pack. The younger brother with the expensive boots called over to me. "Hey, is this water safe to drink straight? Or should I use my filter?" It was a reasonable question. People worry about giardia, bacteria, all sorts of things that can make you sick. In 15 years, I'd never had anyone get sick from Clearwater Stream, but I always checked upstream before letting anyone drink from it. Just protocol. Basic safety. "Let me take a look upstream," I told him. "Give me 5 minutes and I'll let you know." "Thanks, man. I don't want to lug this filter around if I don't need to. But I also don't want to spend the rest of the weekend in the bathroom, you know?" I smiled. Smart thinking. Be right back. I left them there in their little clusters, eating and resting and enjoying the shade. The sound of their voices faded as I walked upstream, following the bank. The stream here was maybe 8 feet across, shallow enough that you could see the smooth stones on the bottom through the clear water. Fish darted in and out of the shadows. Everything looked normal. I walked slowly, scanning the water and banks. Usually I'd find nothing more interesting than some leaves that had fallen in, maybe a branch. Once I'd found a plastic water bottle some careless hiker had dropped. I'd packed it out, of course. The worst thing I'd ever found was a dead squirrel that had probably fallen from a tree, and even that was on the bank, not in the water itself. 50 yards upstream, that was my usual checkpoint, far enough to see if anything was contaminating the water before it reached the group. The smell hit me first. I was maybe 40 yards upstream when the breeze shifted, carrying something rancid and organic toward me. Death has a specific smell. Anyone who's spent enough time in the woods knows it. Sweet and rotting and wrong. I stopped walking, suddenly alert. My eyes scanned the stream ahead, looking for the source. At first, I didn't see it. The sunlight was dappling through the trees, creating patterns of light and shadow on the water. But then something resolved in my vision. Something that didn't belong. Something sitting in the middle of the stream, water flowing around it. I walked closer, my boots crunching on the rocky bank. The smell got stronger. Flies buzzed in the air, thick and persistent. It was a deer's head, not a skull, bleached white and clean, a head with flesh still on it, rotting in the summer heat. The water flowing around it was probably carrying God knows what downstream toward where my group sat, eating their lunch. I stopped about 10 feet away, my stomach churning. I've seen plenty of dead animals in the wilderness. It's part of nature, part of the cycle of life and death. I've come across deer killed by mountain lions, elk that had died in the winter and been scavenged by bears and coyotes, but this was different. The head was sitting upright in the shallow water, wedged between 2 rocks so it wouldn't wash downstream. That was the first thing that struck me as wrong. It hadn't just washed up there naturally. Someone had placed it. The second thing was the cut. The neck had been severed cleanly. Not torn by predators, not ripped apart by scavengers. Cut. The edge was smooth, surgical almost, like someone had used an extremely sharp blade and knew exactly what they were doing. I could see the cross-section of the vertebrae, pale bone against dark flesh. The deer's eyes were clouded over, filmy and white. Its mouth hung open slightly. Flies crawled over the face. in and out of the nostrils. The fur was matted and slick. Maggots writhed in the exposed flesh at the neck. The antlers, it was a young buck judging by the size, were still intact. 6 points, maybe 2 or 3 years old. How long had it been here? A day? 2? Long enough to rot in the summer heat. Long enough to contaminate the water. I stood there, my mind racing through possibilities. A hunter? But why would any hunter cut off a deer's head and leave it in a stream? Hunters take trophy heads, sure, but they preserve them, mount them. They don't just discard them in the water to rot. And the cut was too clean, too precise. This wasn't field dressing gone wrong. Teenagers messing around? Maybe some kids had found a roadkill deer and thought it would be funny to leave the head where hikers would find it. But we were 4 miles from the nearest road. That's a long way to carry a rotting deer head just for a prank. And again, that cut. That wasn't something kids with a pocket knife could do. Someone with experience. Someone who knew what they were doing. Someone who had access to the right tools and knew how to use them. Someone who had deliberately placed this here, in this stream, where people came regularly. A warning? But a warning of what? And to whom? I looked around, scanning the forest. The trees pressed in close on both sides of the stream. Anyone could be watching from the shadows. The birds had gone quiet. I hadn't noticed until that moment, but the cheerful chirping from earlier had stopped. The only sounds were the water and the buzzing of flies. My skin was crawling. Not from fear exactly, but from the profound wrongness of what I was looking at. This was deliberate. This was someone sending a message. I just didn't know what the message was or who it was meant for. And I couldn't tell my group the truth. I had 9 people sitting 50 yards downstream, drinking water, eating lunch, completely unaware. If I told them what I'd found, if I explained that someone had butchered a deer and left its head to rot in the water they'd been about to drink from, they would panic. Some of them would want to leave immediately. Others might insist we call the police, which would mean waiting here for hours while authorities came out to investigate. And what if whoever did this was still around? What if they were watching us right now? My job was to keep these people safe. That was my first priority, my only priority. Getting them out of here calmly and quickly. I walked back downstream, forcing my expression into something neutral and calm. Years of experience guiding groups had taught me how to mask my emotions, how to project confidence even when I was uncertain. The group looked up as I approached, their faces relaxed and content. "All right, folks, I need you to pack up your things," I said, keeping my tone even and authoritative. "We're going to head back to headquarters." The married couple looked confused. "Already? We just got here." "Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry about that. But I've spotted signs of bear activity upstream." I gestured vaguely in the direction I'd come from. Fresh tracks, some disturbed ground. And this time of year, late July, it's breeding season. The males get aggressive and unpredictable. It's not safe to be in this area right now. That got their attention. The 3 women stood up immediately, looking around nervously. One of them asked, "How close is it?" "Hard to say," I replied, which was true enough in a sideways kind of way. "Could be a mile away, could be closer. Point is, I don't want to take any chances. We're going to pack up calmly and efficiently, and we'll head back the way we came. Stay together, no wandering off, and we'll be fine. Bears don't typically attack groups." The brothers started shoving their gear back into their packs with urgent movements. The quiet guy had already stood up, his lunch half-eaten, his face expressionless. The married couple looked disappointed but began gathering their things. "What about our water?" the younger brother asked. "We still need to fill up." "Use what you have," I told him. "There's water back at headquarters, and the hike back is only a couple hours. You'll be fine." As they packed, I did another scan of the forest around us. Nothing moved in the shadows. No sounds except the stream and the rustle of my group getting ready to leave. If someone was out there watching, they were good at staying hidden. Within 5 minutes, everyone was packed and ready. I did a final head count, 9 people all present, and then started leading them back down the trail. I set a pace that was faster than our leisurely hike out, but not so fast that it would alarm them further. Just quick enough to suggest I was taking the bear threat seriously. As we walked, I kept up a steady stream of chatter, pointing out plants and birds, making small jokes, anything to keep them distracted and calm. The three women were tense at first, jumping at every sound, but gradually they relaxed. The brothers went back to their good-natured bickering. The married couple walked hand in hand, occasionally asking questions about the local wildlife. The hike back felt longer than it should have. Every bend in the trail, I half expected to see something. Another sign, another message, another violation. But there was nothing. Just trees and rocks and the normal sounds of the forest gradually coming back. Birds started singing again. A squirrel chattered at us from a branch. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the image of that deer's head from my mind. The clean cut, the deliberate placement, the wrongness of it. Someone had done that. Someone had taken the time and effort to butcher that animal, carry its head 4 miles into the wilderness, and place it in a stream where people regularly stopped to rest. Why? We reached the trailhead parking lot at 2 in the afternoon. The group was tired but in good spirits, already laughing about how they'd have a story to tell about the bear that almost got them. I helped them load their gear into their cars, accepted their thanks, and watched them drive away. Then I went into the headquarters building and found my boss, a man named Gordon who'd been running this outfitting business for 30 years. He was in his office working on paperwork and looked up when I knocked. "Back early," he observed. "Everything okay?" "Need to talk to you," I said, closing the door behind me. "Privately." His expression shifted immediately to concern. "What happened?" I told him everything. The deer's head, the clean cut, the placement in the stream, how I'd lied to the group about a bear to get them out of there. As I spoke, I watched his face go from concern to grim. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "You did the right thing. Getting them out of there safely was the priority." "I know, but Gordon, someone did that on purpose. Someone who knew that stream, knew we bring groups there, and they had the tools and knowledge to do a clean butchering job." "Could be some hunter with a grudge," Gordon suggested. "Maybe someone who got turned away from one of our tours, decided to mess with us." "Maybe. But it felt like more than just messing with us. It felt like a threat." Gordon leaned back in his chair, thinking. "Do we call the police? And tell them what? There's a rotting deer head 4 miles up the trail? They'll think we're wasting their time, and even if they take it seriously, what can they do? Whoever did it is long gone. So what do you want to do?" I thought about it. "I want to go back up there tomorrow, early, take some photos, document what's there, and I want to avoid that section of trail for a while. Tell the other guides to use the eastern route instead, at least until we know what we're dealing with." Gordon nodded slowly. "All right, but you don't go alone. Take someone with you. And if you see anything else weird, anything at all, we call it in." I went home that evening, but I couldn't settle. My small cabin on the edge of town felt too quiet, too isolated. I kept thinking about that deer's head sitting in the stream, water flowing around it. Kept thinking about the clean cut, the precision of it. I made dinner but barely ate, tried to watch television but couldn't focus. Finally, I pulled out my laptop and started researching. Animal mutilations, hunting practices, ritual killings. The internet was full of theories and speculation, most of it nonsense. But buried in the noise, I found some things that made my skin crawl. There were reports from other areas, other states of similar incidents. Not common, but not unheard of either. Animals butchered with unusual precision and left in places where people would find them. Sometimes in streams or rivers, sometimes on trails, sometimes right near campsites. In most cases, the authorities never caught whoever was responsible. The incidents would happen a few times, then stop, then maybe start up again months or years later. Some people thought it was hunters showing off their skills. Others suggested it was people with psychological problems working out their issues on animals. A few even suggested organized groups, though that seemed far-fetched to me. What struck me most was that in several of the cases, the incidents had escalated. Started with small animals, rabbits, squirrels, then moved to larger ones, deer, dogs, and in one case in the Pacific Northwest 5 years ago, a hiker had disappeared. They'd found her backpack by a stream 3 days later, but never found her body. That case was still unsolved. I closed the laptop, my hands shaking slightly. I was probably being paranoid. One deer head didn't mean there was some kind of serial killer operating in these mountains. It was most likely just some disturbed individual who'd done something grotesque and would never be seen again. But probably wasn't the same as certainly, and my job was to keep people safe. I tried to get some rest, lying in bed with all the lights in the cabin turned off, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. Every sound outside, the wind in the trees, an animal moving through the brush made me tense. I found myself straining to hear footsteps, to catch the sound of someone approaching. Nobody came, nothing happened, but I barely slept, and when I finally did drift off near dawn, my dreams were filled with images of sharp blades and blank staring eyes. The next morning, I met Gordon and another guide named Phil at the trailhead at 6 a.m. We hiked up to Clearwater Stream in silence, making good time in the cool morning air. The forest was beautiful in the early light, peaceful and serene. It was hard to believe anything bad could happen in a place like this. When we reached the stream, the deer's head was gone. We stood there, staring at the empty water. The rocks where it had been wedged were still there, but the head itself had vanished. No sign of it anywhere. No drag marks on the bank. No blood. Nothing. "Are you sure this is the right spot?" Phil asked, though his tone suggested he knew it was. "Positive," I said. "Right there, between those two rocks." Gordon waded into the stream, examining the area closely. "Could an animal have taken it? Bear or mountain lion?" "Possible," I admitted. "But usually they'd drag it onto the bank to feed, leave some trace. This is clean, too clean." We searched the area for half an hour, looking for any sign of what had happened. We found nothing. Whoever had placed the head there had come back and removed it, covering their tracks completely. As we hiked back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that somewhere in the trees someone was observing us, pleased that we'd found their message and understood it, or maybe frustrated that we'd gotten people out before anything worse could happen. Gordon agreed to shift all tours to different trails for the next month. We'd monitor the situation, watch for any other unusual activity. He also contacted the local authorities, gave them a heads up about what we'd found, though without any physical evidence there wasn't much they could do. In the weeks that followed, nothing else happened. No more animal remains. No strange signs. Life went back to normal. I kept leading tours, kept taking groups into the mountains, kept teaching them about the wilderness and how to stay safe in it. But I never went back to Clearwater Stream, and I never told anyone the whole truth about what I'd found that day, except Gordon and Phil. The people on that hike still think they were saved from an aggressive bear. They have no idea how close they came to something potentially much worse. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about it, about the precision of that cut, about someone skilled and deliberate enough to leave that message and then remove all evidence, about the fact that they're still out there, somewhere, maybe doing the same thing on different trails, in different places. But mostly I think about the 9 people I kept safe that day. I think about how I made the right call, got them out before they saw something that would haunt them, before something worse could happen. In 15 years of guiding, that's always been my job, keeping people safe no matter what. And that's what I did. That's all that really matters in the end. My name is Rufus Hennessy, and the events I'm about to recount occurred in 2011. At the time, I was employed as a police officer in Fairview, Nebraska, a small town where I was born and raised. Fairview is the quintessential American small town where everyone knows their neighbors and the community spirit is strong. Prior to the incident I'm about to describe, I believed I had seen everything there was to see in our quiet corner of the world. However, one night changed my perspective entirely, altering the course of my life and the fabric of our community. I had been serving on the Fairview Police Force for approximately 15 years, having joined immediately after graduating high school. The decision to forego college and pursue a career in law enforcement was driven by my desire to make a tangible difference in my community. There was a certain comfort in the routine of small-town policing, the predictability of Mrs. Barlow's monthly calls about her missing cat, or Mr. Jenkins's attempts to pilfer a bottle of whiskey from the general store, more out of boredom than malice. On the night in question, I was stationed at the police department, working through a stack of paperwork and nursing my 3rd cup of subpar coffee. The clock on the wall read 11 p.m., and the quiet of the night was broken only by the occasional crackle of the police radio and the hum of the ancient air conditioning unit. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. I answered promptly, recognizing the voice of Millie, our dispatcher. Her tone immediately put me on alert. Millie was typically unflappable, but now her voice trembled with barely contained panic. "Rufus, you need to get over to the old Miller place," she said, her words rushed and breathless. "What's the situation, Millie?" I inquired, already reaching for my jacket and car keys. "Just get over there, Rufus. It's bad," she replied cryptically before abruptly ending the call. The Miller property had been abandoned for several years following the death of its owner. The deceased children had shown no interest in maintaining or selling the property, leaving it to fall into disrepair. Over time, it had become a popular spot for local teenagers to test their bravery, daring each other to spend the night in the decaying farmhouse. As I drove through the quiet streets of Fairview, my mind raced with possibilities. Millie's uncharacteristic behavior suggested that this was no ordinary call. The knot of apprehension in my stomach tightened as I approached the outskirts of town where the Miller property was located. Turning onto the long, overgrown driveway, I immediately noticed something amiss. Despite the property's abandoned status, there were lights visible through the grimy windows of the farmhouse. The flickering quality of the illumination suggested candles or flashlights rather than functioning electricity. I brought my cruiser to a stop and radioed in my location to dispatch. As I exited the vehicle, the cool night air carried the scent of decaying wood and damp earth. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the house. Drawing my flashlight and sidearm, I cautiously made my way to the front porch. The wooden steps creaked ominously under my weight, and I noticed that the front door was slightly ajar, swaying gently in the night breeze. "Hello?" I called out, pushing the door open further with my foot. "This is the police. Is anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty house, met only by silence. Steeling myself, I crossed the threshold, the floorboards groaning in protest. The flickering light I had observed from outside seemed to be emanating from the living room. As I turned the corner, the beam of my flashlight illuminated a scene that would haunt me for years to come. In the center of the room stood a makeshift altar surrounded by candles whose flames cast eerie dancing shadows on the walls. Atop the altar lay a sight that turned my blood to ice. The body of a young woman, bound and gagged, her lifeless eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. As I approached, my training kicking in despite the horror of the situation, I checked for a pulse, knowing even as I did so that it was futile. The woman's skin was cool to the touch, indicating that she had been dead for some time. With shaking hands, I reached for my radio. "Millie, I need backup at the Miller place, now, and send an ambulance." I fought to keep my voice steady as I relayed the grim discovery. As I waited for backup to arrive, a sound from upstairs caught my attention. It was a subtle noise, barely perceptible, the sound of movement, of someone trying to remain undetected. Every instinct told me to wait for assistance, but a combination of duty and a burning need to understand what had transpired in this house propelled me towards the staircase. With my heart pounding in my chest and my weapon at the ready, I began to ascend the stairs, each step bringing me closer to a confrontation that would change my life forever. The second floor of the Miller house was in even worse condition than the first. Years of neglect had taken their toll, with peeling wallpaper and warped floorboards creating an atmosphere of decay and abandonment. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing closed doors lining a narrow hallway. The shuffling sound I had heard from downstairs was more pronounced now, emanating from behind one of the closed doors. I approached cautiously, my police training warring with the primal fear that threatened to overwhelm me. Positioning myself to the side of the door, I called out, "Police, come out with your hands up." My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the house. For a moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, the door began to creak open. I tightened my grip on my weapon, prepared for whatever might emerge. The figure that stepped out of the room was unlike anything I had encountered in my years of police work. It was a man, or at least it had once been a man. He stood unnaturally tall, his gaunt frame accentuated by tattered, dirty clothing. But it was his face that sent a chill down my spine. wild, sunken eyes that seemed to glow with an inner madness, and a rictus grin that stretched his features into a grotesque mask. In his hand, he clutched a long, wicked-looking knife. The blade gleamed dully in the beam of my flashlight, its edge stained with what I feared was blood. "Drop the knife," I commanded, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "Drop it now." The man's grin widened impossibly further, and a low guttural sound emerged from his throat. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. Then, with a speed that belied his emaciated appearance, he lunged towards me. I fired my weapon, the sound of the gunshot deafening in the confined space of the hallway. The man staggered, the knife clattering to the floor, before he crumpled in a heap at my feet. My heart pounding, I approached cautiously, kicking the knife away before checking for a pulse. There was none. The man was dead. As the adrenaline began to subside, I became aware of the sound of sirens in the distance. Backup was finally arriving. I made my way back downstairs, my mind reeling from the events of the past few minutes. The house was soon swarming with officers and crime scene technicians. The body of the young woman was carefully removed from the makeshift altar, and a thorough search of the premises began. As the senior officer on the scene, I oversaw the initial investigation. The woman was identified as Emily Larkin, a 22-year-old student at the local community college who had been reported missing 2 days prior. The man I had shot was identified through fingerprints as David Halstead, a drifter with a history of mental illness and minor criminal offenses. As we combed through the house, more disturbing details emerged. In what appeared to be Halstead's living space, we discovered journals filled with rambling entries about dark rituals and sacrifices. The writings were barely coherent, filled with references to ancient gods and promises of power through bloodshed. Evidence suggested that Halstead had been squatting in the abandoned house for several weeks, possibly months. The room where I had encountered him was filled with occult paraphernalia, strange symbols drawn on the walls, crystals and bones arranged in patterns that made no sense to my rational mind. As dawn broke over Fairview, casting a pale light over the crime scene, I found myself standing on the front porch of the Miller house, trying to make sense of what had transpired. The events of the night had shaken me to my core, forcing me to confront the reality that evil could manifest even in the most unexpected places. Little did I know that this was only the beginning. The horror that had unfolded in the Miller house would cast a long shadow over our town, changing the fabric of our community and testing the limits of our resilience in ways we could never have imagined. The days following the gruesome discovery at the Miller house were a whirlwind of activity. Fairview, typically a town where the biggest news was the outcome of the high school football game, suddenly found itself thrust into the national spotlight. News vans from larger cities descended upon us, their satellite dishes and eager reporters an alien presence in our quiet streets. The story of Emily Larkin's murder and the subsequent confrontation with David Halstead spread quickly, first through local channels and then picked up by national media outlets. Our small police force was overwhelmed with inquiries from journalists and concerned citizens alike. As the lead officer on the case, much of the responsibility fell on my shoulders. I spent countless hours coordinating with state investigators, fielding questions from reporters, and trying to piece together the events that had led to this tragedy. The autopsy report on Emily Larkin painted a grim picture. She had been held captive for at least 36 hours before her death, subjected to torture and ritualistic markings. The cause of death was determined to be blood loss from multiple knife wounds, each carefully placed in a pattern that corresponded to the ramblings in Halstead's journals. The investigation into David Halstead's background revealed a troubled history. He had been in and out of mental health facilities for years, diagnosed with severe schizophrenia and delusional disorder. Somewhere along the line, he had fallen through the cracks of the system, his deteriorating mental state going unchecked as he drifted from town to town. As we delved deeper into Halstead's past, we discovered connections to various fringe groups and online forums dedicated to occult practices. It seemed that in his delusional state, he had cobbled together a belief system from bits and pieces of different mythologies and conspiracy theories, creating a twisted worldview that justified his horrific actions. The impact on our community was profound. Fairview had always prided itself on being a safe place, where people left their doors unlocked and children played freely in the streets. Now, an undercurrent of fear ran through the town. Parents kept a closer eye on their children, and neighbors viewed strangers with suspicion. The Larkin family was devastated. Emily had been well liked in the community, known for her kind heart and volunteer work at the local animal shelter. The memorial service held for her was attended by nearly the entire town, a somber affair that underscored the collective grief and shock we all felt. As for me, the events of that night had left an indelible mark. I found myself plagued by nightmares, reliving the moment I confronted Halstead, seeing Emily's lifeless eyes staring accusingly at me. During my waking hours, I was consumed by a sense of guilt. If only I had gotten there sooner. If only we had taken the missing persons report more seriously from the start. Maybe Emily would still be alive. Chief Anderson, recognizing the toll the case had taken on me, suggested I take some time off, but I couldn't bring myself to step away. I threw myself into work with renewed vigor, determined to ensure that nothing like this would ever happen in Fairview again. We implemented new protocols for missing persons cases, increased patrols around abandoned properties, and worked to establish better communication channels with mental health services in neighboring counties. It wasn't much, but it felt like a start. As the weeks passed and the media attention began to wane, Fairview slowly tried to return to some semblance of normalcy. But the scars remained, visible in the wary glances of passers-by and the new security systems being installed on homes throughout the town. One evening, as I was leaving the station after another long day, I found myself driving past the Miller property. The house stood dark and silent, crime scene tape still fluttering in the breeze. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't change what had happened, but I could work to prevent it from happening again. I would dedicate myself to protecting Fairview, to being the guardian our town needed in these dark times. Little did I know that this commitment would be tested sooner than I could have imagined, as the echoes of Halstead's madness continued to reverberate through our community. In the months following the tragedy at the Miller house, Fairview struggled to regain its footing. The initial shock had worn off, but a pervasive sense of unease lingered in the air. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the potential for darkness that had always existed beneath the surface of our idyllic small-town life. As summer turned to fall, strange occurrences began to plague the town. It started small, reports of vandalism at the local cemetery, strange symbols carved into trees at the edge of town, whispers of shadowy figures seen lurking near abandoned buildings at night. At first, we dismissed these incidents as the work of pranksters or overactive imaginations fueled by the recent tragedy. But as Halloween approached, things took a more sinister turn. A group of teenagers, inspired by the morbid fascination surrounding the Miller house, decided to break in for a night of ghost hunting. What they found inside sent them running in terror, fresh candles arranged in bizarre patterns, and walls newly adorned with the same type of symbols found in Halstead's journals. When I arrived at the scene, my blood ran cold. The symbols were an exact match to those we had documented months ago, drawn with the same frenzied precision. But David Halstead was dead. I had seen to that myself, which meant that someone else was continuing his work. A thorough search of the property revealed no physical evidence of an intruder, but the implications were clear. Halstead's madness had spread beyond his death, infecting others with its toxic ideology. As news of this development spread through town, the fear that had begun to subside reignited with a vengeance. Parents kept their children home from school, businesses closed early, and a self-imposed curfew fell over Fairview. The carefree spirit that had once defined our community was replaced by a cloud of suspicion and paranoia. In response to the growing crisis, I called a town meeting at the community center. The large hall was packed to capacity, filled with concerned citizens looking for answers and reassurance. As I stood at the podium facing the sea of worried faces, I felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. "I know you're all scared," I began, my voice carrying clearly through the hushed room. What happened to Emily Larkin was a tragedy, one that shook us all to our core. And now, with these new incidents, it's natural to feel afraid. But we cannot let fear control us. We cannot let the actions of one disturbed individual, or those who might seek to emulate him, destroy the community we've built together. I outlined the steps we were taking to increase security and investigate the recent occurrences. I emphasized the importance of community vigilance, urging people to report any suspicious activity without falling into the trap of baseless accusations or hysteria. As the meeting concluded, I could sense a shift in the atmosphere. There was still fear, yes, but also a renewed sense of determination. Fairview had been knocked down, but we were not out. We would face this threat together, as a community. In the weeks that followed, we saw an increase in neighborhood watch participation, and a stronger sense of cooperation between the police force and the citizens we served. People began to look out for one another more actively, checking in on elderly neighbors and organizing community events to maintain a sense of normalcy. But even as Fairview rallied, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The incidents at the Miller house felt like more than just copycat actions or misguided pranks. There was a deliberateness to them, a purpose that eluded my understanding. Late one night, as I pored over the case files for the 100th time, a detail caught my eye. In one of Halstead's journals, he had made repeated references to a circle and chosen ones who would carry on his work. At the time, we had dismissed it as the ramblings of a deranged mind. But now, in light of recent events, I began to wonder if there was more to it. As I delved deeper into Halstead's writings, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. His references to a circle and chosen ones were more frequent and detailed than we had initially realized. It appeared that Halstead believed he was part of a larger group, tasked with preparing for some sort of apocalyptic event. This revelation cast the recent incidents in a new light. If Halstead had indeed been part of a larger organization, it was possible that other members were continuing his work. The implications were chilling. We might be dealing with a coordinated group rather than isolated copycats. I shared my findings with Chief Anderson, who agreed that this new information warranted a deeper investigation. We decided to reach out to the state police and the FBI for assistance, recognizing that this situation might be beyond the capabilities of our small-town force. As we waited for additional resources to arrive, we increased patrols around town, paying special attention to abandoned properties and areas where the strange symbols had been found. The citizens of Fairview, while still on edge, rallied to support these efforts. Neighborhood watch groups coordinated with our officers, providing extra eyes and ears on the ground. Despite these precautions, the unsettling incidents continued. More symbols appeared around town, always in locations that were difficult to monitor. Anonymous tips began to come in, speaking of shadowy gatherings in the woods outside of town. Each new development added to the growing sense of unease that permeated Fairview. With the arrival of state police and FBI resources, our investigation took on a new level of intensity. Agents combed through Halstead's personal effects, analyzed his online activities, and began to piece together a network of contacts that stretched far beyond the borders of our small town. As the lead local officer on the case, I found myself working closely with FBI agent Sarah Reeves. Agent Reeves was a no-nonsense professional with a background in cult activity and fringe religious groups. Her expertise proved invaluable as we delved deeper into the twisted ideology that had driven Halstead. Based on what we've uncovered, Agent Reeves explained during one of our briefings, it appears that Halstead was involved with a loosely organized group that calls itself the Circle of the Eternal Night. They believe in hastening the arrival of some sort of cosmic entity through ritual sacrifice and the creation of what they call nodes of power. The more we learned about this group, the more concerned I became. It seemed that the Miller House incident, as horrific as it was, might have been just the beginning of their plans for Fairview. Our breakthrough came when we managed to identify one of Halstead's online contacts, a local man named Michael Thornton. Thornton had a history of mental health issues and had been in and out of treatment facilities over the years. More importantly, he had been seen in the vicinity of several locations where the strange symbols had appeared. We obtained a warrant to search Thornton's residence, a small apartment on the outskirts of town. What we found there confirmed our worst fears. The walls were covered in the same symbols we had found at the Miller house, and we discovered journals that mirrored Halstead's writings in their fervor and delusion. But Thornton himself was nowhere to be found. It appeared he had fled shortly before our arrival, tipped off perhaps by some unknown source. This development added a new urgency to our investigation. We now had a name and a face to pursue, but also the knowledge that our quarry was aware of our interest. As we expanded our search for Thornton, we also focused on identifying other potential members of the circle. This proved to be a challenging task, as the group operated with a high degree of secrecy and paranoia. However, bit by bit we began to uncover a network that stretched throughout the region, with Fairview as its epicenter. The citizens of Fairview, already on edge from the previous incidents, reacted to these new developments with a mixture of fear and determination. Many volunteered to assist in the search for Thornton, while others worked to support the law enforcement efforts in any way they could. As the investigation progressed, I found myself working long hours, often late into the night. The case had become more than just a professional obligation. It was personal. I felt a deep responsibility to the people of Fairview, a need to protect them from the darkness that threatened to engulf our town. Little did I know that our efforts were about to come to a head in a confrontation that would test the limits of our resolve and forever change the face of Fairview. Our search for Michael Thornton and other members of the Circle of the Eternal Night came to a dramatic climax on a cold November night. An anonymous tip led us to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, where a gathering of the group was supposedly taking place. As we approached the location, the tension was palpable. A joint task force of local police, state troopers, and FBI agents had been assembled for the operation. The warehouse loomed before us, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. Agent Reeves and I led one of the entry teams. As we breached the main entrance, the scene that greeted us was like something out of a nightmare. The interior of the warehouse had been transformed into a macabre temple, with strange symbols covering the walls and floor. Candles flickered in intricate patterns, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. In the center of this grotesque display stood Michael Thornton, surrounded by a group of robed figures. They were in the midst of some sort of ritual, their chanting rising to a fever pitch as we entered. "FBI, everybody freeze," Agent Reeves shouted, her voice cutting through the chanting. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Then, chaos erupted. Some of the cultists attempted to flee, while others, including Thornton, turned to confront us. The ensuing struggle was intense but mercifully brief. Our superior numbers and training quickly overwhelmed the cultists. As the dust settled and we began to process the scene, the true scope of what we had uncovered became clear. Documents found at the site revealed plans for a series of ritual killings intended to create a network of power nodes throughout the region. Fairview, it seemed, was to be the epicenter of this dark design. The interrogations that followed painted a picture of a group driven by a mixture of mental illness, desperation, and a twisted ideology that promised power and purpose to its adherents. Many of the cultists were local residents, people I had known for years. The realization that this darkness had taken root so close to home was deeply unsettling. In the days following the raid, Fairview was once again thrust into the national spotlight. The exposure of a cult operating in the heart of small-town America captured the public imagination, bringing a fresh wave of media attention and curiosity seekers to our community. The aftermath of the cult's exposure and the subsequent arrests left Fairview reeling. The knowledge that friends and neighbors had been involved in such dark activities shook the foundations of trust within the community. People looked at each other with new eyes, wondering who else might be hiding terrible secrets. As the legal proceedings began, I found myself spending long hours testifying and assisting in the prosecution of the cult members. The trials were a grueling process, forcing us to relive the horrors we had uncovered and confront the human cost of the cult's activities. Throughout this period, I struggled with my own feelings of guilt and responsibility. Could I have done more to prevent this? Should I have seen the signs earlier? These questions haunted me, even as I worked to help the community heal. The recovery process for Fairview was slow and painful. Support groups were formed for those affected by the cult's activities, including family members of the arrested cultists. The town held numerous community meetings and events aimed at rebuilding trust and a sense of security. As the months passed, I noticed a gradual shift in the town's atmosphere. The initial fear and suspicion began to give way to a renewed sense of community spirit. People seemed more aware of their neighbors, more willing to reach out and offer support to those in need. 5 years have passed since the events that shook Fairview to its core. In that time, our town has undergone a profound transformation. The scars remain, but they have become a part of our shared history, a reminder of the darkness we faced and overcame together. I have since been promoted to Chief of Police, a position that allows me to continue working to protect and serve the community I love. The experiences we went through have shaped my approach to law enforcement, emphasizing the importance of community engagement and mental health awareness. Fairview itself has become something of a case study in community resilience. Researchers and law enforcement professionals from around the country have visited to learn from our experiences and the measures we've put in place to prevent similar incidents in the future. As I reflect on the events of that fateful year, I am struck by the complexity of human nature, its capacity for both great evil and tremendous good. The cult members, driven by delusion and desperation, caused immeasurable harm. But the response of the community, the way people came together to support one another and rebuild, revealed the inherent strength and goodness that exists within us all. The Miller House, once a symbol of the terror that gripped our town, has been demolished. In its place stands a community garden, a place of growth and renewal. It serves as a fitting metaphor for Fairview itself. From the ashes of tragedy, we have cultivated new life and hope. As I walk the streets of Fairview today, I see a town forever changed but not defeated. We carry the memory of those dark days with us, but we do not let it define us. Instead, we have chosen to learn from our past and use that knowledge to build a stronger, more compassionate community. The events of 2011 taught us that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places, but they also showed us the power of unity and resilience. As long as we remain vigilant, support one another, and face our challenges together, I believe that Fairview, and communities like it across the country, can withstand whatever darkness may come. In the end, this is not just a story about a crime or a cult. It's a story about a town that looked into the abyss and emerged stronger for it. It's a testament to the enduring spirit of community and the fundamental goodness that exists within us all. And it's a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is always hope for a brighter tomorrow. My name is Connor Radcliffe, and the events I'm about to recount occurred during the summer of 2004. At the time, I was 19 years old, working as a counselor at Camp Silver Lake in Pennsylvania. The decision to take this position was driven by a desire to distance myself from my parents' constant pressuring and to earn money for my impending college education. Camp Silver Lake was situated in a picturesque location, surrounded by dense forests and centered around a pristine lake. The main lodge, a large wooden structure, served as the hub of camp activities. Surrounding it were numerous cabins for campers and staff, as well as various activity areas for sports, crafts, and outdoor pursuits. Upon my arrival at the camp, I was struck by the serene atmosphere. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and the sounds of nature. It was a stark contrast to the urban environment I had left behind, and I found myself looking forward to the summer ahead. The week before the campers' arrival was dedicated to staff orientation and preparation. It was during this time that I became acquainted with my fellow counselors. There was Evan, an athletic individual with a penchant for organizing physical activities and a seemingly boundless energy for long-distance running. Cassidy was our resident artist, always eager to engage in creative projects and share her passion for arts and crafts. Maddie, a longtime camp attendee turned counselor, naturally assumed a leadership role among us. As I was unpacking my belongings in one of the staff cabins, Maddie entered, clipboard in hand. Her demeanor was professional and focused, a testament to her experience with the camp's operations. "Connor," she said, her tone businesslike, "you're assigned to kitchen duty this evening. Please ensure everything runs smoothly." I nodded in acknowledgement, attempting to inject some levity into the conversation. "I'll do my best not to burn down the camp. If I do, we can always blame it on the legendary ghost of Silver Lake." Maddie's serious expression softened slightly, and she allowed herself a small chuckle. "I'm sure the campers would find that entertaining. Just focus on your responsibilities, please." As Maddie left, I returned to my unpacking, my mind wandering to the summer ahead. Little did I know that my joke about camp ghosts would prove to be unnervingly prescient. The subsequent days were filled with preparation activities. We cleaned and organized the cabins, checked the safety equipment, and planned the summer's activities. The atmosphere among the staff was one of anticipation and excitement. When the campers arrived, the camp burst into life. The air filled with the sounds of laughter, splashing water, and the general commotion of children enjoying their summer adventure. I was assigned to oversee Cabin 6, housing a group of boys aged 12 to 13. They were an energetic bunch, full of enthusiasm for the camp activities. However, one camper in particular, Jameson, proved to be a challenge. He had a habit of sneaking out after lights out, necessitating frequent retrieval missions on my part. Each time, I would remind him of the potential dangers lurking in the surrounding woods, emphasizing the ease with which one could become lost in the dense forest. As the first week progressed, we settled into a routine of activities: hiking, swimming, crafts, and campfire gatherings. The days were long and tiring, but there was a sense of fulfillment in guiding the campers through their experiences. It was during this time that I began to notice subtle changes in the camp's atmosphere. At first, it was easy to dismiss: a gun-explained rustle in the bushes, a shadow glimpsed from the corner of my eye. But as the days wore on, these occurrences became more frequent, and a sense of unease began to permeate the camp. Little did we know that these small disturbances were merely the prelude to the terrifying events that would soon unfold, forever changing our lives and the history of Camp Silver Lake. The weekend marking the end of our first week at Camp Silver Lake began like any other. The air was filled with the excited chatter of campers anticipating a day of activities. However, as the staff gathered for our morning meeting, an unsettling realization dawned upon us. Maddie was absent. Initially, we attributed her absence to ordinary causes. Perhaps she had overslept or decided to take an early morning swim in the lake. However, as the hours passed with no sign of her, our concern grew exponentially. Evan, ever the proactive individual, took charge of the situation. "All right, everyone," he announced, his voice carrying a mixture of authority and concern. "We need to organize a search. We'll divide into pairs and cover every inch of this camp. Check the cabins, the lake, and the surrounding woods. Leave no stone unturned." I was paired with Cassidy for the search. As we ventured into the dense forest surrounding the camp, an eerie silence enveloped us. The usual sounds of wildlife seemed muted, adding to the growing sense of unease. "Maddie," we called out repeatedly, our voices echoing through the trees. The lack of response was disconcerting. As we pushed deeper into the woods, the underbrush became thicker, scratching at our legs and snagging our clothing. The canopy overhead grew denser, casting deep shadows across our path. It was in one of these shadowy areas that we made a chilling discovery. Lying on the ground, partially obscured by fallen leaves, was Maddie's clipboard. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine. Maddie was known for her meticulous nature. The idea of her carelessly discarding her clipboard was inconceivable. Cassidy's face paled as she knelt to retrieve the clipboard. "This isn't good, Connor," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Maddie wouldn't just leave this behind." I nodded in agreement, a knot forming in my stomach. "Let's head back and report this to the others. Maybe they found something more." As we made our way back to the camp, the forest seemed to close in around us. Every snapping twig and rustling leaf set our nerves on edge. The camp, which had always felt like a safe haven, now seemed vulnerable and exposed. Upon our return, we gathered with the other counselors at the main lodge. The atmosphere was tense as each pair reported their findings, or lack thereof. No one had seen any sign of Maddie beyond the clipboard we had discovered. Evan, his usual confidence somewhat shaken, made the decision we all knew was necessary. "We need to contact the authorities," he stated firmly. "This is beyond our capabilities to handle." The arrival of the police brought a new level of gravity to the situation. As they took our statements and began their own search, the reality of Maddie's disappearance began to sink in. The campers, sensing the adults' distress, became anxious and fearful. For days, the police scoured the area, utilizing search dogs and even a helicopter. But as the search wore on with no results, a sense of hopelessness began to set in. After a week of fruitless searching, the police were forced to scale back their efforts, leaving us with more questions than answers. In the wake of the police departure, we attempted to restore some semblance of normalcy to the camp. Activities resumed, But there was an undercurrent of tension that permeated every aspect of camp life. Every unexpected sound, every shadow, seemed to hold the potential for danger. It was against this backdrop of fear and uncertainty that the next shocking event occurred. One night, during my routine bed check, I discovered Jameson's bunk empty. The realization that another person had vanished hit me like a physical blow. With a sense of dread, I roused Evan and Cassidy, and we embarked on another search. As we ventured into the woods calling Jameson's name, the darkness seemed to press in around us, filled with unseen threats. It was then that I noticed a faint light in the distance, barely visible through the dense foliage. "Look," I said, pointing towards the light. "Over there." As we approached, we realized the light was coming from a dilapidated cabin, one that was not marked on any of the camp maps. The structure looked ancient, its wood weathered and warped by years of exposure. With trepidation, we entered the cabin. The sight that greeted us was horrifying. Jameson lay unconscious on the floor, bound with rope. The room was filled with strange symbols drawn on the walls and floor, their meanings unknown but undeniably sinister. As we rushed to untie Jameson and carry him to safety, a chilling realization settled over us. The events unfolding at Camp Silver Lake were far more terrifying than we could have imagined, and we were caught in the middle of a nightmare that was only beginning to unfold. The discovery of Jameson in the mysterious cabin marked a turning point in the unfolding events at Camp Silver Lake. Upon our return to the camp with the unconscious boy, we immediately contacted the authorities. The police response this time was swift and decisive, a stark contrast to the gradual wind-down of the search for Maddie. As Jameson was rushed to the hospital, the camp became a hive of activity. Police officers combed the grounds, forensic teams descended on the cabin in the woods, and anxious parents began arriving to collect their children. The camp director, in consultation with the authorities, made the difficult decision to shut down operations for the summer. In the midst of this chaos, I found myself unable to simply walk away. The mystery surrounding Maddie's disappearance and Jameson's abduction gnawed at me, demanding resolution. "Evan and Cassidy, it turned out." "I understand your concern," the director said, his face etched with worry lines. "But this is a matter for the professionals. It could be dangerous." "With all due respect, sir," I countered, "we know this camp better than anyone. We can provide valuable assistance to the investigation." After some deliberation, and with the cautious approval of the lead detective, we were allowed to stay. The once bustling camp now felt eerily empty, its silence broken only by the activities of the investigating officers. Our first order of business was to revisit the cabin where we had found Jameson. In the light of day, its ominous aura was somewhat diminished, but the sense of wrongness lingered. The police had finished their initial examination but allowed us to look around under supervision. "What do you make of these symbols?" Cassidy asked, gesturing to the strange markings on the walls. Evan shook his head. "I've never seen anything like them. They don't look like any language I know." As we examined the cabin, a disturbing picture began to emerge. The symbols, while unfamiliar, seemed to be arranged in patterns. Some appeared repeatedly, while others were unique. It was clear that whoever had created them was following some sort of system or ritual. In one corner, we discovered a pile of personal effects. Among them was a backpack that we recognized as belonging to Maddie. The sight of it sent a chill through me. Whatever had happened to her, this cabin was undoubtedly connected. Over the next few days, we threw ourselves into the investigation. We pored over maps of the area, searching for any other structures or locations that might have escaped notice. We interviewed camp staff who had worked. One evening, as we sat in the main lodge reviewing our findings, Evan made a startling connection. "Look at this," he said, pointing to an old camp ledger. "There have been other disappearances over the years." This revelation added a new dimension to our investigation. Whatever was happening at Camp Silver Lake, it had roots that stretched back far longer than we had initially believed. As we delved deeper into the camp's history, we began to uncover whispers of local legends, stories of strange lights in the woods, of eerie sounds echoing across the lake at night, of hikers who ventured into the forest and never returned. These tales had always been dismissed as campfire stories, but in light of recent events they took on a more sinister significance. Our breakthrough came when we received word that Jameson had regained consciousness in the hospital. The detective assigned to the case allowed us to accompany him for the interview, recognizing that a familiar face might help put the boy at ease. Jameson's account was fragmented and confused, but one detail stood out with chilling clarity. He spoke of a man with a distinctive scar on his face, a man who had taken him from his bed and brought him to the cabin in the woods. He kept talking about a ritual, Jameson said, his voice trembling. Said he needed to complete the circle, whatever that means. As we left the hospital, the weight of this new information settled heavily upon us. We now had a face to associate with the horrors unfolding at Camp Silver Lake, the face of a scarred man, driven by some incomprehensible purpose. That night, as I lay in my bunk unable to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the verge of uncovering something far larger and more terrifying than we had initially imagined. The scarred man, the strange symbols, the history of disappearances, all pointed to a dark secret that had been festering in these woods for generations. As I finally drifted off to sleep, my dreams were plagued by visions of shadowy figures moving through the trees, of strange symbols glowing in the dark, and of a scarred face grinning with malevolent purpose. Little did I know that these nightmares were but a pale shadow of the horrors that awaited us in the coming days. Armed with the information from Jameson and our own research into the camp's history, we decided to take a more proactive approach in our investigation. After consulting with the lead detective, we formulated a plan to conduct nightly stakeouts around the camp, focusing particularly on the area near the mysterious cabin. We divided the night into shifts, each of us taking turns to watch for any unusual activity. The police provided us with walkie-talkies to maintain communication, and we were under strict instructions to alert them immediately if we spotted anything suspicious. The first few nights of our stakeout passed uneventfully. The forest was quiet, save for the usual nocturnal sounds of wildlife. However, the lack of activity did little to ease the tension that had settled over us. If anything, the waiting only served to heighten our anxiety. It was on the fourth night of our vigil that things took a dramatic turn. I was on watch with Cassidy, positioned near the edge of the camp overlooking the path that led to the cabin. The night was unusually still, with a thin mist clinging to the ground, obscuring the forest floor. As midnight approached, a sound caught my attention, a faint rustling, distinct from the ambient noises of the forest. I signaled to Cassidy, and we both peered intently into the darkness. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A shadow seemed to be moving through the trees, more fluid than any animal I had ever seen. As it drew closer, the shadow resolved into a human figure. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was seeing. The figure was tall and lean, moving with an unnatural grace through the undergrowth. But it was the face that sent a chill down my spine. Even in the dim moonlight, I could make out the distinctive scar that Jameson had described. "It's him," I whispered to Cassidy, my hand shaking as I reached for the walkie-talkie. The scarred man. Before I could radio for backup, the figure stopped. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought he had spotted us. But then I realized he was carrying something, or someone, over his shoulder. "He's got another victim," Cassidy hissed, her voice tight with fear and anger. I quickly relayed our position and what we had seen to Evan and the police. Then, driven by a mixture of adrenaline and a desperate need to prevent another tragedy, we made the decision to follow the scarred man. Moving as quietly as we could, we trailed the figure through the woods. The mist made it difficult to keep sight of him, and more than once we nearly lost his trail. But somehow, we managed to keep pace. After what seemed like an eternity of tense pursuit, the scarred man came to a stop in a small clearing. As he lowered his burden to the ground, I recognized the unconscious form of Steve, another counselor who had stayed behind to assist with the investigation. My mind raced as I tried to formulate a plan. We were unarmed, save for my pocket knife, Evan's baseball bat, and Cassidy's heavy-duty flashlight. The police were on their way, but I knew we couldn't wait for them to arrive. Every second counted. With a silent nod to my companions, we spread out to surround the clearing. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept forward, acutely aware of every twig and leaf beneath my feet. The scarred man seemed preoccupied with his unconscious captive, giving us a momentary advantage. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I made my move. In one swift motion, I pressed my pocket knife against the man's back, my voice low and steady as I spoke. "Don't move." The scarred man froze, his body tensing at the sudden threat. His voice, when he spoke, was low and gravelly, sending chills down my spine. "You don't know what you're getting into." Evan stepped forward, his baseball bat at the ready. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The man's response was chilling in its calm delivery. "Names don't matter. What matters is that you've interfered with something much bigger than you can comprehend." Cassidy, her flashlight gripped tightly, interjected with barely contained anger. "You're just a psychopath. This ends now." What happened next occurred with frightening speed. The scarred man moved with inhuman quickness, his elbow connecting with my stomach and knocking the wind out of me. Evan swung his bat, but the man ducked, wrenching the weapon from his grasp. Cassidy, reacting quickly, swung her flashlight. The heavy object connected with the man's head, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, I tackled him to the ground. We grappled in the dirt, his strength far exceeding what his lean frame suggested. Through sheer determination and the advantage of numbers, we managed to subdue him. Evan and Cassidy quickly bound his hands and feet with rope we had brought for our stakeout. As we caught our breath, the sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The police had arrived, drawn by our earlier radio call. The scarred man was taken into custody, and paramedics tended to the still unconscious Steve. In the days that followed, we hoped for answers. However, the scarred man remained stubbornly silent, refusing to divulge any information about his motives or the whereabouts of Maddie. The police investigation continued, but without further leads, it eventually stalled. The camp never reopened. The events of that summer casting a long shadow over its once idyllic reputation. For those of us who had lived through the ordeal, the scars ran deep, both physical and emotional. In the weeks and months following the capture of the scarred man, life took on a surreal quality. The events at Camp Silver Lake had shaken us to our core, leaving us grappling with questions that seemed to have no answers. The authorities conducted a thorough investigation, combing through every inch of the camp and the surrounding forest. Despite their efforts, no trace of Maddie was ever found. The symbols in the cabin were analyzed by experts, but their meaning remained elusive, adding another layer of mystery to the already perplexing case. The scarred man, identified through fingerprints as Jared Blackwood, had no prior criminal record. His background check revealed a disturbingly normal life up until a few years before the incidents at the camp. What had triggered his descent into madness and violence remained unclear. As summer faded into fall, we each tried to come to terms with what had happened in our own ways. I found myself plagued by nightmares, reliving the terrifying moments in the forest clearing. The sound of rustling leaves or an unexpected shadow was enough to send my heart racing. Evan threw himself into physical activities with even greater fervor than before, as if trying to outrun the memories. Cassidy turned to her art, producing dark, unsettling pieces that seemed to capture the essence of our shared trauma. We stayed in touch, bound by the experiences we had shared. Our conversations often circled back to that summer, each of us trying to make sense of what had happened. The unanswered questions gnawed at us, particularly the fate of Maddie and the true nature of Blackwood's motivations. As time passed, we gradually began to rebuild our lives. I enrolled in college as planned, though my chosen field of study shifted to psychology, driven by a desire to understand the human mind and perhaps gain some insight into the events we had experienced. 5 years after the events at Camp Silver Lake, I found myself back in the area, drawn by a mix of nostalgia and an unresolved need for closure. The camp itself remained abandoned, its buildings slowly reclaimed by nature. As I stood at the edge of the property, memories flooded back with startling clarity. The laughter of children, the crackling of campfires, the sense of camaraderie among the staff, all overshadowed by the terror that had unfolded here. During my visit, I met with local authorities to inquire about any developments in the case. While there had been no breakthroughs, they shared some unsettling information. Over the years, there had been sporadic reports of strange sightings in the woods surrounding the former camp. Glimpses of shadowy figures, unexplained lights, and eerie sounds echoing through the trees. These reports, while unsubstantiated, sent a chill down my spine. They hinted at the possibility that whatever dark forces had been at work during that fateful summer might still be active, lurking just beyond the edge of civilization. A decade after the Camp Silver Lake incident, Evan, Cassidy, and I reunited for a weekend getaway. As we sat around a campfire, notably far from any dense forests, the conversation inevitably turned to the events of that summer. Evan, now a physical education teacher, spoke of his ongoing struggles with hypervigilance. "I can't shake the feeling of being watched," he admitted, his eyes darting to the shadows beyond our circle of light. Cassidy, who had become a successful artist known for her evocative and slightly disturbing works, nodded in understanding. "I see his face sometimes," she said quietly. "The scarred man. In crowds, in my dreams. I know it's not real, but..." As we talked, we realized that each of us had been drawn to careers and lifestyles that in some way reflected our experiences. My work in psychology, Evan's focus on physical preparedness, Cassidy's exploration of darkness through art, all were, in their own ways, attempts to process and understand what we had been through. It was during this reunion that we made a startling discovery. In discussing our individual research into the history of the area, we found that the pattern of disappearances and strange occurrences stretched back much further than we had initially realized. Generations of locals had whispered about the curse of Silver Lake, a legend we had dismissed as campfire stories but now took on a more ominous significance. As our weekend came to a close, we made a pact. We would continue to investigate, to seek answers to the questions that had haunted us for so long. Not out of a desire for adventure or closure, but out of a sense of responsibility to those who had been lost, and to prevent future tragedies. In the years that followed, we maintained our connection, sharing any new information we uncovered. We created a network of contacts, local historians, paranormal researchers, and even a few sympathetic law enforcement officers, all dedicated to unraveling the mysteries surrounding Camp Silver Lake. While we never fully solved the puzzle, our efforts were not in vain. Our vigilance and willingness to speak out about our experiences led to increased awareness and safety measures in wilderness areas across the region. The legend of the scarred man became a cautionary tale, reminding people to remain alert and prepared in the great outdoors. As I reflect on the events of that summer and the journey it set us on, I am struck by the resilience of the human spirit. We faced unimaginable horrors, yet we emerged not broken but determined. The scars remain, both physical and emotional, but they serve as a reminder of our strength and the bonds forged in adversity. The mystery of Camp Silver Lake may never be fully resolved, but in our continued quest for answers, we honor the memory of those lost and stand guard against the darkness that lurks at the edges of our world. For in the face of the unknown, vigilance is not just a choice, but a responsibility we all share. My name is Quinlan Adair, and until recently, I thought I knew everything there was to know about my quiet life in Goldfield, Nevada. I run a small auto repair shop, a place my father handed down to me, where everyone knows everyone. I never imagined I'd be telling this story, but recent events have compelled me to share my experience. I was born and raised in Goldfield, a town that time seems to have forgotten. The rhythm of small-town life suited me perfectly. I spent my days fixing cars, chatting with folks who came by the shop, and returning home each evening to my old dog, Rusty. It was a routine as comforting as it was predictable. My shop, Adair Auto Repair, sat on the main street of Goldfield, a weathered but well-maintained building that had seen decades of vehicles come and go. The interior was a testament to my father's legacy and my own passion for automobiles. Tools lined the walls, the smell of oil and grease permeated the air, and the sound of metal on metal was a constant companion. This all started one summer evening. I'd been working on a 1965 Mustang for a guy named Wallace Renfro. Wallace was one of those folks who had more money than sense, always looking for his next project. He'd left the car with me a week ago, promising to return in 7 days. True to form, he was late by 2 days. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the shop floor, Wallace finally showed up. His booming voice preceded him as he pushed open the door, setting off the small bell above it. "Hey, Quinn," he called out, his enthusiasm unchanged despite his tardiness. "Got that Mustang ready for me?" I emerged from under the hood of another car, wiping my greasy hands on a rag. "Just about, Wally," I replied, nodding towards the gleaming blue Mustang. "Few more tweaks and she'll be purring like a kitten." Wallace clapped me on the shoulder, his grin wide beneath his bushy mustache. "Good man," he said, his eyes roving appreciatively over the car. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, "Hey, you ever been out to the old Silver Peak mines?" I shook my head, my brow furrowing slightly. "Can't say I have. Heard they're haunted, though." Wallace laughed, a hearty sound that echoed through the shop. "You believe in ghosts, Quinn?" "Not particularly," I said, turning back to the Mustang to make a final adjustment. "But I don't see much reason to go poking around old mines either." Wallace's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "Well, I heard some stories about folks seeing strange creatures out there. Some say it's a wild animal, others say it's something worse." I chuckled, assuming it was just another one of Wallace's tall tales. He was known for embellishing stories after a few drinks at the local bar. "Yeah, well, I think I'll stick to cars. They don't bite." Wallace grinned, a glint in his eye that I couldn't quite decipher. "But if you're ever curious, you should check it out. It's a real thrill." As Wallace drove off in his newly restored Mustang, I locked up the shop and headed home. The conversation about the mines lingered in my mind, an unsettling whisper at the edge of my thoughts. Little did I know that this casual exchange would be the catalyst for events that would change my life in the town of Goldfield forever. That night, as I lay in bed with Rusty snoring softly at my feet, I found myself unable to sleep. Maybe it was the way Wallace had talked about the mines, or perhaps it was just my natural curiosity getting the best of me. Either way, I tossed and turned, unable to shake the idea from my head. The old Silver Peak mines had been abandoned for decades, a relic of Nevada's mining boom. They'd always been there, a constant presence on the outskirts of our lives, but never something I'd given much thought to. Now they loomed large in my imagination, filled with shadows and whispered secrets. As the first light of dawn began to creep through my curtains, I made a decision that would set in motion a chain of events I could never have anticipated. I would drive out to Silver Peak, just to see what all the fuss was about. It was just curiosity, I told myself, nothing more than a quick look to put my mind at ease. Little did I know that this simple decision would lead me into a nightmare beyond anything I could have imagined. A confrontation with something that defied explanation and threatened not just my life but the very fabric of our quiet town. The next morning, I woke early, my mind still buzzing with thoughts of the mines. I went through my usual routine, feeding Rusty, having a quick breakfast, and getting ready for the day. But instead of heading to the shop, I found myself packing a small bag with water, some snacks, and a flashlight. I told myself it was just a precaution, that I was only going for a quick look. But deep down, I knew I was preparing for something more. The anticipation of the unknown tugged at me, a mixture of excitement and dread that I couldn't quite shake. The drive to Silver Peak took about an hour, the road winding through arid landscapes and scrubby hills. The farther I got from Goldfield, the more isolated I felt. The radio signal faded to static, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the hum of the engine. As I approached the old mining site, the landscape became increasingly desolate. Rusty machinery lay scattered about, half buried in sand and dirt. The entrance to one of the mines yawned open like the mouth of some ancient beast, a dark void against the stark desert backdrop. I parked my truck and stepped out, the crunch of gravel under my boots seeming unnaturally loud in the stillness. The air was heavy with heat and the scent of dust and creosote. A light breeze stirred, carrying with it a faint, unpleasant odor that I couldn't quite place. Standing there, looking at the mine entrance, I felt a chill despite the desert heat. Every instinct told me to turn back, to get in my truck and drive away. But curiosity, that dangerous human trait, pushed me forward. I approached the mine entrance, flashlight in hand. The beam seemed feeble against the yawning darkness ahead. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately, the cool, damp air a stark contrast to the heat outside. The smell was stronger here, a musty organic scent that reminded me of decay. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing jagged walls and abandoned tools. I walked deeper into the mine, my footsteps echoing off the walls. The further I went, the more oppressive the silence became. It was as if the very air was thick with secrets, the weight of years of abandonment pressing down on me. Just as I was about to turn back, convinced that Wallace's stories were nothing more than fanciful tales, I heard it, a low guttural sound, like a growl, but deeper, more primal. It echoed through the tunnels, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The sound came again, closer this time. My heart pounded in my chest, the rush of blood in my ears almost drowning out the eerie growl. I swung the flashlight around wildly, the beam dancing across the rocky walls. And then I saw it, a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. It was a figure, hunched over in a side tunnel. For a split second, the light caught its eyes, reflecting back with an unnatural, yellowish glow. The rest of its form was indistinct, a mass of matted fur and misshapen limbs. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. It was like nothing I'd ever encountered, a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast, standing on two legs but covered in thick, coarse hair. The creature moved, a fluid motion that belied its bulk. It was coming towards me, those glowing eyes fixed on mine with a terrifying intelligence. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot. I stood there paralyzed with fear as the creature advanced. It let out another growl, louder this time, the sound reverberating through the tunnel and shaking me to my core. That's when my survival instinct finally kicked in. I turned and ran, my feet slipping on the damp stone floor. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy breathing and the sound of claws scraping against rocks spurring me on. I burst out of the mine entrance, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding me. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I ran to my truck, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. As I finally managed to start the engine and tear out of there, I caught a glimpse in my rearview mirror. The creature stood at the mine entrance, its form silhouetted against the darkness behind it. Even from a distance, I could feel the weight of its gaze. I drove back to Goldfield in a daze, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. I knew I had to tell someone, but who would believe me? How could I even begin to describe what I'd encountered in those dark tunnels? As the familiar buildings of Goldfield came into view, I made a decision. I would go to Sheriff Marta Lang. If anyone would listen, it would be her. Little did I know that this was just the beginning, that the horror I'd witnessed in the mine was about to spill out into our quiet town, changing everything forever. I drove straight to the sheriff's office, my hands still shaking on the steering wheel. The small, sand-colored building sat on the corner of Main Street, its windows reflecting the late afternoon sun. I parked haphazardly, not bothering to straighten out, and rushed inside. Sheriff Marta Lang was a no-nonsense woman in her late 40s, with short-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She looked up from her desk as I burst in, her expression shifting from surprise to concern. "Quinn, what's wrong?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, standing up. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. "Marta," She gestured for me to sit down, her brow furrowed. "Start from the beginning," she said, her voice calm and steady. So I did. I told her about Wallace's stories, about my trip to the mines, and about the creature I'd encountered. As I spoke, I could see the doubt creeping into her eyes. When I finished, Marta leaned back in her chair, studying me. "Quinn," she said slowly, "are you sure you didn't hit your head or something? Maybe the heat got to you?" I shook my head vehemently. "I know what I saw, Marta. There's something out there. Something not natural." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "Look, Quinn, I've known you a long time. You're not the type to make up stories, but what you're describing is just not possible." "I know how it sounds," I insisted, leaning forward, "but I'm telling you, it's real, and it's dangerous." Marta stood up, walking around her desk to put a hand on my shoulder. "You need to get some rest. You look like hell. Go home, get some sleep. If you still feel the same way tomorrow, we'll talk again." I nodded, knowing I wouldn't get anywhere by pushing. As I stood to leave, Marta added, "And Quinn, Maybe lay off the late-night horror movies for a while, okay? I managed a weak smile and left, feeling deflated and alone. As I walked back to my truck, I could feel eyes on me. A few of the townsfolk were watching, curiosity and concern evident on their faces. News traveled fast in Goldfield, and I knew my frantic visit to the sheriff wouldn't go unnoticed. That night, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing yellow orbs staring back at me. The growl echoed in my ears, sending shivers down my spine. Rusty seemed to sense my unease, staying closer than usual, his warm presence a small comfort in the darkness. The next few days passed in a blur. I went through the motions at the shop, fixing cars and chatting with customers. But my mind was elsewhere. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was coming, that the creature I'd seen was just the beginning. And then, slowly but surely, strange things started happening around town. It began with missing livestock. Old Man Johnson reported that 2 of his sheep had vanished overnight, with no signs of predators. Then the Wilkins family lost a cow, again with no explanation. People began to talk. At first, it was just whispers, theories about coyotes or mountain lions. But as the incidents increased, the rumors grew wilder. Some folks recalled Wallace's stories about the mines, and soon everyone was talking about the beast of Goldfield. I kept my head down, not wanting to fuel the speculation. But inside, I was a mess of conflicting emotions. Part of me felt vindicated. Clearly, something was out there. But another part of me was terrified. I knew what this thing was capable of, and I feared it was only a matter of time before it turned its attention to the town itself. Marta did her best to calm the growing panic. She organized town meetings, assuring everyone that they were investigating the incidents and increasing patrols. But I could see the worry in her eyes, the growing realization that something wasn't right. One evening, about a week after my encounter at the mines, I was closing up the shop when Wallace burst in. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. "Quinn," he gasped, out of breath. "You gotta help me. It's real. That thing, it's real." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Calm down, Wally," I said, grabbing him by the shoulders. "What happened?" He took a shuddering breath, his hands shaking as he gripped my arms. "I went back to the mines. I saw it too. It attacked me. I barely got away. My blood ran cold. Did you tell Marta?" He nodded. "She's sending a search party tomorrow. But Quinn, I don't think they know what they're dealing with." As Wallace left, his words echoed in my mind. I knew he was right. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something Marta and her deputies were equipped to handle. And I knew, with a sinking feeling in my gut, that I couldn't stand by and do nothing. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I made a decision. I would go back to the mines. I had to see for myself, to confirm what Wallace had said. And if the creature was still there, well, I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. Little did I know that this decision would lead me into a confrontation that would change not just my life but the fate of our entire town. As I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, the growl from the mines echoed in my dreams, a harbinger of the terror to come. I woke before dawn, my mind made up. I moved quietly through the house, not wanting to wake Rusty. I packed a bag with essentials, water, energy bars, a first aid kit. Then, after a moment's hesitation, I retrieved my father's old shotgun from the closet. I hadn't fired it in years, but its weight in my hands was reassuring. The drive to Silver Peak seemed shorter this time, the landscape blurring past as my mind raced with possibilities. What if I couldn't find anything? What if Marta and the others were right, and it had all been in my imagination? But even worse, what if the creature was still there? I arrived at the mines just as the first rays of sunlight were peeking over the horizon. The area was eerily quiet, the only sound the crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the mine entrance. Standing there, staring into the darkness, I felt a moment of doubt. Was I really going to do this? Go back into those tunnels where I'd encountered that thing? But then I thought of Wallace, of the fear in his eyes, and I knew I had no choice. I clicked on my flashlight and entered the mine. The cool, damp air hit me like a wall, carrying with it that same musty, organic scent I remembered. My flashlight beam seemed feeble against the oppressive darkness, barely illuminating a few feet ahead. I moved slowly, every sense on high alert. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning, leading deeper into the earth. I tried to remember the path I'd taken before. As I ventured deeper into the mine, the air grew thicker, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The beam of my flashlight caught glimpses of abandoned mining equipment, rusted and decaying, silent witnesses to the passage of time. The walls seemed to close in, the tunnels becoming narrower and more claustrophobic. Suddenly, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, guttural growl echoing through the tunnels. It was the same sound I had heard during my first encounter, a noise that defied explanation and sent shivers down my spine. I gripped my shotgun tighter, my palms sweating despite the cool air. The growl came again, closer this time. I swung my flashlight around, trying to locate the source of the sound. That's when I saw it. The creature stood at the end of the tunnel, its eyes reflecting the light with an eerie yellowish glow. It was just as I remembered, a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast, covered in matted fur with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in unnatural ways. For a moment we stood frozen, staring at each other. Then, with a roar that shook dust from the tunnel walls, it charged. I raised the shotgun and fired, the blast deafening in the confined space. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. It kept coming, moving with a speed that belied its bulk. I fired again, and again, until the gun clicked empty. The creature howled in pain, blood matting its fur, but it didn't stop. It lunged at me, claws outstretched. I ducked and rolled, feeling the rush of air as its claws barely missed my head. Panic overtook me. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not caring which direction I was going. I could hear the creature behind me, its labored breathing and the sound of claws scraping against rock spurring me on. I burst out of the mine entrance, gasping for air. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded me, but I didn't stop. I ran to my truck, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. As I started the engine and sped away, I caught a glimpse in my rearview mirror. The creature stood at the mine entrance, its form silhouetted against the darkness behind it. Even from a distance, I could feel the weight of its gaze. I drove back to Goldfield in a daze, my mind reeling from what had just transpired. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me shaky and nauseous. As I neared the town, I saw flashing lights ahead. A group of vehicles was gathered at the edge of town, sheriff's cars, an ambulance, and a crowd of onlookers. I pulled over, my heart sinking. Something had happened while I was at the mines. As I approached the crowd, I heard whispers and saw people pointing at me. Sheriff Marta broke away from the group and walked towards me, her face grim. "Quinn," she said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Where have you been?" I opened my mouth to explain, but she cut me off. "Never mind, we've got bigger problems. Wallace is dead." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What? How?" Marta's eyes were hard as she replied. "Something attacked him in his home, tore him apart. We've never seen anything like it." The implication was clear in her voice. She suspected that whatever had killed Wallace was the same thing I had been ranting about days earlier. The same creature I had just encountered in the mines. Over the next few days, the town was in a state of panic. More attacks followed. Livestock at first, then people. The local paper dubbed it the Beast of Goldfield, and the name stuck. People were afraid to go out at night, and many families left town altogether. Marta organized patrols and brought in help from neighboring counties, but it seemed futile. The creature was always one step ahead, striking and disappearing without a trace. I threw myself into research, digging through old newspaper archives and local legends. I found whispers of similar incidents stretching back decades, even centuries. Stories of a creature that haunted the desert, preying on the unwary. The Native American tribes of the area had their own legends of a malevolent spirit that walked between worlds. The more I learned, the more I became convinced that what we were dealing with was something ancient, something that had been a part of these lands long before humans arrived. But knowledge didn't make me feel any safer. If anything, it only heightened my sense of dread. As the attacks continued, the atmosphere in Goldfield grew increasingly tense. The once friendly faces of my neighbors now looked at me with suspicion and fear. Many blamed me for bringing this terror upon the town, believing that my initial trip to the mines had somehow awakened the creature. One evening, as I was closing up the shop, I heard a commotion outside. A group of townspeople had gathered, led by Brad Thompson, the local hardware store owner. Their faces were grim, their eyes hard. "Quinn," Brad called out, his voice carrying a note of barely suppressed anger. "We need to talk." I stepped outside, acutely aware of the hostile atmosphere. "What's this about, Brad?" "You know damn well what it's about," he spat. "This thing, this monster. It all started when you went poking around those mines. Now look at us. People are dying, Quinn." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. I felt a cold knot of fear in my stomach, realizing how quickly the situation could turn ugly. Before I could respond, Sheriff Marta's voice cut through the tension. "That's enough," she called out, pushing her way through the crowd. "This isn't helping anyone. We need to work together if we're going to stop this thing." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, but the incident left me shaken. I knew that if we didn't find a way to end this soon, the town might tear itself apart. That night, I couldn't sleep. The weight of responsibility pressed down on me, along with the fear of what might happen if we failed. As I tossed and turned, I came to a decision. I had to end this, one way or another. The next morning, I went to see Marta. "I'm going back to the mines," I told her, alone. She looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "I can't officially sanction this, Quinn, but be careful. And take this." She handed me a police radio. "If you find anything, call for backup immediately. Don't try to be a hero." I nodded, grateful for her understanding. As I turned to leave, she called out, "Quinn, good luck." The drive to Silver Peak felt different this time. There was a sense of finality to it, as if I knew that one way or another this would be the end. I parked my truck a distance from the mine entrance, not wanting to alert the creature to my presence. As I approached the mine, shotgun in hand, I steeled myself for what was to come. The entrance yawned before me, dark and foreboding. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside, ready to face whatever awaited me in the depths below. The darkness of the mine enveloped me, broken only by the beam of my flashlight. The air was thick with dust and the lingering scent of decay. Every step echoed ominously, and I found myself straining to hear any sign of the creature's presence. As I ventured deeper into the tunnels, I began to notice strange markings on the walls. They looked ancient, predating the mining operations by centuries. Crude pictographs depicted a beast-like figure, surrounded by what appeared to be cowering humans. A chill ran down my spine as I realized these might be depictions of the very creature I was hunting. How long had it been here, preying on the people of this land? Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the tunnels. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound came again, closer this time. I raised my shotgun, eyes darting around the darkness. Then I saw it. The creature emerged from a side tunnel, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It was even more terrifying up close, its features a nightmarish blend of human and animal. For a moment we stood facing each other, neither moving. Then, with a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, it charged. I fired, the shotgun's blast deafening in the confined space. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. It kept coming, moving with incredible speed. I fired again and again, each shot finding its mark but seeming to do little more than enrage the beast. As it closed in, I realized with horror that I was out of ammunition. In desperation, I swung the shotgun like a club, catching the creature across its misshapen head. It howled in pain and fury, lashing out with claws that raked across my arm. I stumbled back, pain searing through me. The creature advanced, its eyes burning with inhuman hunger. This was it, I thought. This is how it ends. But as the creature prepared to strike, something unexpected happened. A tremor ran through the mine, small at first but quickly growing in intensity. Rocks began to fall from the ceiling as the entire tunnel shook violently. The creature hesitated, looking around in what seemed like confusion. I seized the opportunity, diving past it towards the exit. Behind me, I heard a deafening crash as part of the tunnel collapsed. I ran, ignoring the pain in my arm, driven by pure survival instinct. I could hear the creature's roars echoing behind me, punctuated by the sound of falling rocks. Finally, I burst out of the mine entrance, gasping for air. The ground was still shaking, and I realized with a jolt that this was no localized cave-in. It was an earthquake. As I watched, the mine entrance collapsed in on itself in a cloud of dust and debris. The roars of the creature were abruptly cut off, replaced by an eerie silence. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Had the creature been buried in the collapse? Was it finally over? As the dust settled and the tremors subsided, I became aware of the sound of sirens in the distance. Help was coming. But as I looked at the now sealed mine entrance, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't truly the end. Somehow, I knew that the creature, or others like it, were still out there, waiting in the dark places of the world. The days following the incident at the mine were a blur of police interviews, medical examinations, and town meetings. The official story, as reported in the local paper, was that a previously unknown fault line had caused a localized earthquake, collapsing part of the old Silver Peak mine. The mysterious attacks that had plagued Goldfield ceased, and slowly, life began to return to normal. People who had fled the town started to come back, and the atmosphere of fear that had gripped the community began to dissipate. But for those of us who knew the truth, things would never be the same. Marta kept the real story under wraps, citing the need to prevent panic and protect the town's reputation. But I could see in her eyes that she believed me now, that she had seen enough to know that what we had faced was beyond ordinary explanation. As for me, I threw myself back into my work at the auto shop, finding solace in the familiar routines. But the memories of what I had seen and experienced haunted me. I found myself jumping at shadows, always half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness. Nights were the worst. I would lie awake, replaying the events in my mind, wondering if I could have done something differently. And always, there was the nagging fear that the creature had somehow survived, that it was out there somewhere, waiting. Months passed, and life in Goldfield settled into a new normal. But there were changes. People were more cautious, especially after dark. The old mines, once a source of local pride and occasional teenage dares, were now strictly off-limits, sealed up and patrolled regularly. I found myself becoming something of a local celebrity, though not always in a positive way. Some people looked at me with respect, seeing me as the one who had faced the terror and lived to tell the tale. Others regarded me with suspicion, as if I had brought the horror upon the town. One evening, as I sat on my porch watching the sun set over the desert, Marta came by. She sat down next to me, and for a while, we just sat in companionable silence. Finally, she spoke. "You know, Quinn, I've been thinking about what happened, about what you saw in those mines." I turned to look at her, waiting. She continued, "I've been doing some digging. Turns out there have been stories like this all over the country. Strange creatures, unexplained attacks. Most get brushed off as animal encounters or hoaxes. But now, I'm not so sure." I nodded slowly. "So what does that mean?" Marta sighed. "I don't know, but I think it means we need to be more aware, more prepared. Whatever that thing was, I don't think it was alone, and I don't think we've seen the last of them." As she left, her words echoed in my mind. I looked out at the darkening desert, feeling a mix of dread and determination. If Marta was right, if there were more creatures out there, then someone needed to be ready to face them. Maybe that someone was me. I had seen the beast, faced it, and survived. I had knowledge that others didn't. Perhaps that gave me a responsibility. As night fell over Goldfield, I made a decision. I would be vigilant. I would watch and listen and be ready. Because in the vast empty spaces of the desert, in the abandoned mines and forgotten places, who knew what other horrors might be lurking, waiting for their chance to emerge into our world. The beast of Goldfield might be gone, but I knew now that there were things in this world beyond ordinary understanding, and as long as I lived, I would do whatever it took to protect my town, my home, from the terrors that lurked in the shadows.